Good afternoon and welcome to the
I am again Sergei Tiviakov, and I will be doing live commentary on the current round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. At this moment in the tournament we have only one leader, Boris Gelfand. Another leader, Vasily Ivanchuk, lost yesterday, and we have a tournament situation where several other players having +1 and trailing behind Boris Gelfand. As always, each round has many very interesting encounters because the world because the players in this tournament belong to the world top. And let us start from the first game of this round, and this is the game Bakro Tamashvski. In this game, Bakro is white, and it is necessary to tell that yesterday Etienne Bakro won a very nice game against Anish Giri. After the opening, Etienne Bakro was standing worse, and at some point Anish could have put serious problems for black. But clearly Anish Giri is not in a good form in this tournament, so he was not able to get anything special of his advantage, and finally he lost. But of course Etienne Bakro is very motivated after his win, and today he has white color against Evgeny Tamashvski. Let us see what is going in this game. So you can see now the video of the players, and let us look at the moves of this game. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We have the Rui Lopez on board, and we have the main variation of the Spanish game. Rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castle. So this is a critical position for the Rui Lopez at the moment, and in most of all games lately, white is trying to avoid the martial attack, which begins after the move c3 d5. According to the modern theoretical developments, white is not be able to get any advantage in the martial attack. And in the light of this, usually white selects anti-martial variations. One of them is the move h3. Now another move is a4. And exactly the same move took place, takes place in this game. So just I'm going to enter the moves once more. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castle, and a4. We already saw this move in one of the previous games. For example, Caruana won a very nice game, I think, against Laurent Frestinier several moves later, and this variation is not without the poison. So the main idea after the move a4 is to try to use the weakness of the queen side pawns of black. For example, if black plays b4, as it happened in this game, then usually this b4 pawn is weak. And in the game Caruana Fressinet, we saw how black eventually lost his queenside pawn. So the same can be the case also in this game. d3, now d6, and knight b d2, bishop e6. So black is ready to double his pawns. So this is a theoretical development. Bishop e6, f e6, c3, and now the move d5. Since both of the players are making their moves very quickly, so it is possible to conclude that this is a theoretical variation. So both players at this moment are inside their home preparation, and I have just saw the move queen e2 made in this position. So black is thinking at the moment, so it gives us the possibility to move and look at the other games of this round. Now let's go to the game Wanka Giri. So very interesting game today, and another difficult game for Anish Giri, because at this moment Anish is standing on the last place. He made only 2 draws and lost 3 games, and in this game he is playing black. Of course, his opponent, very original and interesting player from China, Wanka, will try all resources in order to try to win this game, because he can ask himself a question. So against whom I am going to win, if not against Giri, especially when he is a bad form and I have white in this game. So I believe that he will be fighting until the end and will try to put as many practical problems in his game. Well, of course, for Anish the task is difficult. I would like to mention that Anish Giri at this tournament is being helped by a young second, Robin van Kampen, another talented young player from Holland. So for Robin van Kampen, it is not the first Grand Prix tournament, but already the second, because before Paris, Robin was helping Anish in London. So Robin van Kampen is doing here a good job. Sometimes he is not able to sleep in the night because he has to analyze concrete variations. And as a result, we see that Anish is very well prepared in the openings. If he is playing white, he is getting advantage, as we saw in several of his games, and as black, he is equalizing comfortably. Unfortunately for Anish, here at this tournament he is not in a good form, and later in the middle game he makes a lot of mistakes, and because of that he loses. So let's go and look what is going in the current game. And I can see that the game of Anish is the quickest developing game, because they have already made 16 moves. So d4, d5, c4, c6. These 2 moves are characterizing the Slav defense of the queen's gambit. Knight f3, knight f6, e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6. Nowadays this variation is very popular, and we can see it very often in the games of the top players. Knight h4, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, queen b3, queen c7, So everything, this is highly theoretical. Bishop d2, bishop e7, knight g6, g6. The same variation we also saw in the game of the first round, and that was the game Gelfand Giri. In that game, Gelfand was not in a hurry to castle to the queen side, so he left the king in the center. Then the game took a very sharp character, and finally, in the complications, the more experienced player, Boris Gelfand, has managed to outplay Anish, and Anish finally lost. Although, of course, immediately after the opening and in the middle game, he had an excellent position. But in this game, Wanka chose another approach, so he castles now to the queen side. d4, bishop c4, and now the move b5. It is clear that black must try to create counterplay and initiative on the queen side, because white has just castled to the queen side. Meanwhile, if black will castle to the queen side, to the king side, then it would be very easy for white to develop the attack playing h4, g4 and h5. And in this type of the position, white has the advantage of the pair of bishop. So it means that if black doesn't play energetically in this position, then eventually white can develop very strong attack, opening the position in the center or on the king side. So because of that, it is necessary for black to play very energetically. And this is exactly what we see happening in this game. After the exchange on c4, black plays b5, and now we see that black is ready to play a6, c5, knight bd7, in order to start active play on the queen side. In this dynamic position, neither of the sides has time to waste. So here comes the moment for the concrete move after move play. And this is the difference from the closed positions, where the value of each move is not so high, and the players can make a lot of maneuvering in the game, but not in this position. It is exactly move by move concrete play, which is required from both players. After bishop d3, black plays a6. Without this move, it is not possible to play c5, because the pawn on b5 is always hanging. King b1, c5. Now dc5, knight d7, and now the move knight e4. So at this moment, black is thinking, and he must take a decision how to react to this move. There are two candidates move available. One is to take on e4 and then later take on c5. There is also a possibility to take on c5 is immediately. At this moment, we see that both players have lot of things, a lot of time on their clock, so it means that they're well prepared. But Anish is thinking, and I think in this game and also the following games, he needs to use more of his time, because sometimes he plays too quickly and takes decisions in complex position where he could have spent much more time. I hope he is using this advice, and he will try to use more and more time in this position to find the best move possible, because he is really a strong, talented player, and the number of points that he has in this tournament, of course, does not correspond to his real strength. So I see that knight e4, bishop e4 has been played, and now black plays knight c5. So after this move, white probably should go to c2, although of course there is also a possibility to play queen c3, bishop f6, queen f2, for example, and then we see that the bishop on f6 is occupying a different square and is not protecting the knight c5. Besides the move queen c3, the normal standard move is the move queen c2. At this moment, white is thinking, and it allows us to go to the next game, and this is the game Gelfand. Switching now the video, and here I already can tell you that there is some kind of surprise for black. e4, c5, knight f3, and now Boris plays d6. So it is obvious that he is ready to go to the Najdorf defense. Nowadays, Boris Gelfand does not play Najdorf very frequently, because in most of the game he is now selecting the move knight c6, and he stopped playing Najdorf because probably he is being afraid of the preparation of his opponent. But in this moment, Laurent Frissinier, in this tournament especially, Laurent is not showing very deep theoretical preparation. So I guess in this game, Boris is not being afraid to be caught in the opening, and so he decides to change a little bit and play the variation that he doesn't play very frequently. And now I see that Laurent Frissinier is not going to the main variations, and he is giving the check on b5. Nowadays this variation is quite popular. We see it being played in the tournament of all levels. I also give this check very often as white, and also I have to defend as black against it. So I'm well acquainted with the main ideas and plans in this variation. So here there are several ways for black to react: knight d7, knight c6, and bishop d7. Bishop d7 is the most secure move in this position, and after the normal bishop d7, queen d7, usually the position is equal. It is not so difficult for black to play here. He just tries to finish the development, and then at some point to play e6 and d5. So the highly experienced and very well theoretically prepared player as Boris Gelfand, of course, knows very well all theoretical developments in this variation. So Laurent Frissinier decided to surprise more experienced player, and he played the move c4. This move is incredibly rare in this position, so a very, very rare move, I can tell you. So of course, objectively, this move cannot be strong, because it gives black different possibilities. For example, to take on b5, later play a6, but this move has a very high surprise value, and this is exactly what is hoping to get Laurent, that at the bot his opponent does not find the best way to react against it. And so he's trying to surprise the opponent and hoping for the mistake of the opponent. So let's see what is going further. The normal developing move knight f6, now knight c3, knight c6, and now the move d4. Now white is ready to seize the control in the center, and after the exchange on d4, which is necessary, knight d4, white gets a quite pleasant position, because he establishes the control over the center. You can look now at the white pawns c4 and e4, and he has good chances to get space advantage and maybe even the advantage in this game. So after the move d4, Boris Gelfand is thinking. So we can go further and look at the next game, Grischuk Nakamura. So now loading the video, and for Alexander Grischuk, yesterday was a very good day, because he managed to defeat Vasily Ivanchuk with black pieces. So he has very all the reasons to be happy in this at this moment, and he is playing Hikaru Nakamura. So let's see what is going in this game. d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7. It looks like the queen's gambit is on board, but at this moment white makes the move g3, and now we see that the game goes directly into the Catalan defense. Castle, bishop g2, exchange on c4. Of course, as a black player, I have this such positions very often in my tournament practice, and exchange on c4 is one of the possible ways of black in order to react to the Catalan defense. Instead of taking on c4, deserves serious attention to play c6 immediately, and later b6, bishop b7, knight bd7, and so on. But in the game, Hikaru Nakamura played and took the pawn on c4. Now white plays knight e5 in order to win this pawn c4 back. And now we see that the white bishop on g2 becomes very, very active, and black needs to use special methods in order to neutralize the activity of white. I don't like, as a black player, that the white bishop g2 becomes active. So almost never I take on c4 so early in the position. But this is, of course, is a matter of taste. So the plan chosen by Nakamura is a normal playable plan. And now after the move knight e5, black decides to attack the center, because if the center is not attacked, then white recovers this pawn on c4, castles, finishes the development, and then white will simply have a space advantage in the center, and then of course white will be standing much and much better. So in order to neutralize the pressure of white in the center, it is necessary to play c5 in order to attack the center, to try to exchange the couple of pawns. And this is what black is doing in this position. Now dc5, queen d1, and now white is thinking. Although I know one more move was played, and of course this is the move knight d1, bishop c5. And now white must decide how to recover this pawn on c4. To take it immediately with a knight e5, or maybe it is possible to develop the bishop c1 first, maybe to d2, then to play rook c1 and try to win this pawn on c4 immediately. So as a black player, I think that such positions, when black takes on c4 early and later plays c5, and we get the similar type of endings on the board, is very pleasant for white, because white can continue and try to play for a win without much risk. So it is obvious that white here is standing slightly better, and he has a very comfortable play without any risk. So Alexander is thinking, so it gives us the possibility to go to the next game, and this is a game Caruana Ivanchuk. Vasily Ivanchuk is a real genius in chess. It is extremely difficult to prepare against him, because he can play absolutely any variation, any opening at his game. So basically, preparing against him is useless. I played against him many times, and basically, if I know that I have to play against Vasily, so the best preparation is to have a fresh head, because it absolutely makes no sense to prepare. It is absolutely impossible to try to guess the variation that will be on board. So after e4, Vasily played e6. So not a very common choice for Vasily against the move e4. Usually playing against, when he makes his choice, he looks at the latest statistics and chooses the variation which is not being expected by the opponent. Actually, the French defense already took place in the game of Vasily in one of the previous rounds, but it was the game against Wanka, but then Vasily was white, and now he wants to play the same opening but with the opposite colors. It is quite common for Vasily, because, for example, in the first round he was playing, and then in the second round we had almost the same identical structure, and so on. So it is a very common thing in the practice of Vasily. d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, e5, knight d7, f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, and now the move queen b6. I would expect that Vasily choose the same variation that was played once by Wanka at this tournament, when Wanka chose another line and he played b7, b6, bishop b7, bishop e7, castle, and so on. And playing against Grischuk, Wanka was able to solve all his opening problems very quickly, and already after 15 moves he equalized completely, and then he was trying even to play for more. But the move like b6 is quite rare, and the move queen b6 is being played much more frequently here. Knight a4, queen a5, and after c3 black plays c4 in this position. So if black takes on d4, for example, then black must be ready to play against the move knight b4, and after, for example, this white wins the pawn, but white wins the piece, but black has 3 pawns for the piece. This variation was quite popular a long time ago. Nowadays the players are not going often, and so they play c4, trying to close the position on the queen side. And in his turn, white is trying to play on the king side, maybe sometimes f5 and so on, because when the center is closed, so the opposite side gets the possibility of play on other part of the board where he has space advantage. Now b4 and queen c7. The point of this variation for white is that after black plays b7, b5, then white gets an excellent square for his knight, and this is the square c5. Now bishop e2, bishop e7, castle, castle, queen c2, b5, knight c5. So this is what I was telling about, that after b5 white gets an excellent square c5 for the knight, and after knight c5 white can take with a pawn b, or usually he takes with a pawn d, and the passed pawn on c5. So dc5 was played, a5, a3. Now we have a very unusual complex type of position on board. I've been looking by myself sometimes at this position, and I have a feeling that white is standing here slightly better in this position. So it would be very interesting for us to see what Vasily has in mind, and how he is going to equalize here. Because so far Vasily is not playing very convincingly in the openings. Because for example, playing with white against Wanka, he was standing worse as a white player almost immediately after the opening. And also yesterday against Grischuk, he didn't choose the best line as white, and very quickly he got in trouble. So I hope that today he will demonstrate us the better level, the higher level of preparation, and that finally he would show the good play in the opening. So let's go further. The next game is Grischuk Nakamura. We've already looked at this game. So the last remaining game remains is the game Ponomariov Dominguez. So that was the last game of this round that at the moment we didn't look at. So I'm now loading this game. So after e4, e5, knight f3, black decided to go for the Russian game or Petrov defense. We have already saw this variation in the game Ponomariov Giri, and at that game Ruslan Ponomariov was not able to demonstrate anything special, and without much problems black was able to equalize. And of course how the opening preparation of the players taking place now. Very often the players look where his opponent is not feeling comfortable, where he is having problems, and they try exactly to go into these lines. And if you look at the game Ponomariov Giri, then you clearly see that Ruslan for the moment has to demonstrate how to get the advantage in the Russian game. So the choice of Dominguez can be explained by this. But of course Ruslan here at this tournament is not alone. He's been helped by Vladimir Baklan, so another player from Ukraine, another grandmaster who is also at this tournament. And of course if there is any kind of problem in the opening with one or another player, then they are trying to fix their problems as quickly as possible. So I can now see that Ruslan Ponomariov is not repeating the same variation which he had on the board several days ago, and now he is going to another line. Knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4. Previously, Ruslan played here knight c3. So in this game, he chooses a completely different variation, different way of playing. d4, d5, bishop d3, knight c6, castle, bishop e7, c4. So this is very theoretical. So the strongest player who plays Russian game by black is Vladimir Kramnik. So the theory of this variation has developed a lot in the last years. So very often the theory begins at around the move 20 or 25, sometimes even further. Bishop e2, castle, knight c3, bishop f5, a3, knight c3, bc3, knight c6. So everything is theoretical. Bishop f4, dc4, bishop c4, bishop d6, bishop g5, queen d7, and now the move knight h4. White wants to exchange the knight for the bishop f5, then he will be standing better because the position is quite open, and then white can use the advantage of the pair of bishops. So at this moment Dominguez must select a square where to go with the bishop, maybe bishop e4 or bishop g4, or just completely ignore this threat and leaving the bishop f5 on its place. So at this moment black is thinking, and we have the possibility to make another circle and look at the first games. So let's go now to the game Bakro Tamashvski. Several moves were played there. After queen e2, black played bishop c5. So this is a common reaction in such position. The bishop goes to a7 or to b6 in order to keep eye on the pawn f2. Now knight b3, bishop e7, and now bishop e3. At this moment Evgeny is thinking how we can what we can say about the position now on board and the opening. I believe that here white is slightly better because the pawn structure of black in this position is damaged. But of course at the moment black has some kind of control in the center because he has a mass of pawns d5, e5, e6. But as a Spanish player, as a Rui Lopez player, I prefer this position as white, because after exchange of the black Nudak squared bishops, white can try and get use of the square c5. So I believe white here is better. Several moves were played in the game Wanka Giri. So let's go there. So after knight c5, queen c3 was played. So quite unusual move, but a very interesting one. The ideas I have explained previously. Bishop f6, queen c2, and now rook c8, rook c1. White is trying to prevent the exchange of his bishop e4, putting the pin of the knight c5. Now castle, bishop b4, and the move queen e5. So already 21 move made, and both of the players are playing relatively quickly. So it means that they're in a known territory. They have been studying this variation just short before the game, or maybe several weeks or days before. And of course, when every player is prepared for the theoretical developments, so it is also important not to play quickly, but also to try to understand where the opponent is waiting for you, which kind of preparation he has. And after the move queen e5, we see that it is not possible to take on c5, because after rook c5, the queen c2 is tight for the defense of the pawn b2. And it is not possible to win the material because black gives mate. And now white has to do something concrete, because black is simply threatening to take on e4. And then black simply wins, because there is a weakness of the pawn b2. And it is not very obvious and clear how white can get the advantage in this position. I have a feeling that black is okay, or should be okay in this position. So the most logical move is probably to play bishop c3 here, but then maybe the queen goes back to b8, but then bishop f6, gf6, white. Also, it is necessary to look at some variations, for example, connected with the move bishop g6, knight a4. I don't know. Here we have some quick, some very complicated lines. So probably white player Wanka is trying to calculate the variations arising in these complications, because now you have to look at the move bishop f7. So there are plenty of variations here. So the position is quite interesting, sharp, and complicated. So I think it is necessary for white to play bishop c3 here, and then to look further to see maybe queen b8 is not forced. Maybe it is possible to play queen d6 or queen c7. I don't know. Okay, let's go further and see what is going in other games. So Freycinet Gelfand. So after d4, cd4, knight d4 has been played, and now black chose to develop his bishop to g7. And now we have the structure on board very similar to the Marozzi defense. I was playing Marozzi defense for most of my life, and I have a very good experience as a black player with a similar structure and the positions. So usually in Marozzi defense the bishop is situated not on b5 but on e2. So it doesn't make a big difference, because white has managed to establish the control over the center. And since white is controlling space in the center, he can be satisfied, because he has good prospects in the middle game. And I think at this moment Laurent Freycinet can be quite happy with the position, because he is standing slightly better, and he can put some pressure on black and play for a win without much risk from his side. Because if he would not have played bishop b5 check and gone into the main variation of the knight of defense, then the play would be very, very risky, double-edged sharp. And so choosing this variation, he is avoiding a lot of risks. So knight d4 was played. So it is possible to take on d7 immediately. For example, bishop d7, queen d7, then queen d4, bishop g7. Then white usually plays bishop e3, castle, for example, and now the move queen d3. So this is the possible course of the game, and white is slightly better. But of course, in this position, black keeps good chances to equalize finally, because his position is only a little bit passive, a little bit less of space, but nothing dangerous in this position. Also, after the move knight d4, it is possible to take with the queen by d4. But then, for example, after the move bishop g7, bishop e3, it is necessary sometimes to take into account the exchange on b5, and then it is not desirable to take with the pawn on b5, and taking with the knight on b5 gives black additional time to play maybe e6, b5, and so on. So as a white player, I would prefer to exchange on d7 immediately, because knight on c3 is standing pretty well here. But at the moment, Laurent Fressinier is thinking, and we can look at another game, and this is Grischuk Nakamura. So loading now this game. After the move knight d1, bishop c5, I was explaining you that there are different possibilities for white to recover and win this pawn c4 back. One of the possibilities was to take on c4 immediately. I also suggested another move, like for example bishop d2 followed by the move rook c1. White in the game played knight e3 here. This is another option, but playing knight e3, it is necessary to take into account the following move c3 here in this position, because after c3, bc3, we see that white does not have the connected pawns a2, b2, but actually now the pawns are separated, and white has two pawns islands. So sometimes these pawns can become weak. But when black plays c3, for example, it is also necessary to think about the opening of the b line. In this position, white can play rook b1 and put some pressure on pawn b7. So at this moment, after the move knight e3, Hikaru Nakamura must think about different ways. Or he can play knight bd7, or he can play c3. Also, an interesting option maybe is to play bishop b4 check here. After the move bishop d2, king d2, black can win some time and also give the check. Also developing the rook to d8, later maybe supporting the move knight bd7. Also sometimes the king g8 can move for the center. It is not entirely clear what is the best way for black to react in this position, because he has a very wide choice, and this two moves like c3, bishop b4. Also there is a normal move to develop, maybe simple move knight bd7. So that's why black is thinking, and he needs to make a choice here. Now we can go to the next game. Caruana Ivanchuk several moves were played there. Bishop d7, knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, ab4, ab4, rook a1, rook a1, and now the move queen b7. So black now wants to play rook a8 to try to exchange the rooks, and then he's hoping to blockade this pawn c5 with the bishop. So without the knight, this pawn does not go further, and it is quite difficult for white to go for the attack on the king side, because if he wants to go for attack, he needs to play f5 at some point. Of course, immediately it is not possible because the pawn would be lost, but the play connected with g4 and f5 is quite risky. And at the same time, not only black is able to play f7, f6 or f7, f5 to stop this kind of play, also additionally he can use this a line to try to get some kind of counterplay along this line. So Vasily is playing very quickly. At this moment he has 1 hour 39 minutes left. It means that he knows the ideas and developments in this variation pretty well, and it is white side who must now prove the advantage in this position. So Ruslan Ponomariov, one move was played. After the move knight h4, black played knight a5. So with the point that after knight a5, queen a5 is coming, and now both bishops are under attack. So white cannot take on f5, and now he plays bishop d3. The idea is the following: after the exchange on d3, the knight h4 is ready to go to the square f5, and then white can exchange this bishop d6 and try to get sometimes the position where bishop is playing against the knight. Also knight on f5 is pretty strong in order to create the initiative on the king side. Maybe sometimes white can go for attack on the black king. So after the move bishop d3, black is thinking, because he is not forced to exchange on d3. Also he can play bishop g4 or bishop e6 at the moment. So let us look at other developments in the game. So now going back to the first game, Bakro Tamashvski. So several exchanges took place: bishop e3, queen e3, bc3, bc3, and now the move queen d6 here. Black is trying to protect the pawn e5. For the moment, white is not able to win the pawn on e5, because after e d5, black can play maybe knight d5, then with idea knight f4 to attack the pawn on d3. So after the move queen d6, white must make a choice in order to demonstrate how to fight for the advantage further. So far, Etienne has plenty of time on his clock, 1 hour 38 minutes left, so it means this position should be very well known for him. So let's see what will be there. Several moves were played in the game Gelfand, Frisenier Gelfand. So after the move knight d4, white took on d7, queen d7, queen d4, bishop g7. We were already discussing these possibilities, but instead of playing bishop e3, white decided to castle immediately. So after castle and the castle, so this is the position that we have on board now, white is no longer able to develop his bishop to e3 immediately, because after the move bishop e3, black can play knight g4 here. Also, it is not a good idea to play bishop g5 here, because then h6 can follow, and after, for example, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, with equal chances immediately. So in order to continue the development of the bishop c1, it is necessary to move the queen first. And probably in this position it is better to play queen d3, and later then white decides where to put the bishop, to e3 or to g5. So white is thinking. So let's see whether there are developments in other games. At this moment, the players are beginning to go out of the opening, so we can conclude, pretty sure conclude, that almost all the games have gone out their opening phase. And nowadays we have middle game on most of the boards, and of course most of the middle games are not studied by the players at home, and they are taking more and more time to reflect, to choose the necessary plan, to look at the positions. And of course at this stage of the game, all the players have enough free time in order to think and take all necessary decisions. Only later, when the time allocated is used, then the players are beginning to play quicker, because then the time trouble comes. But usually this part of the game is characterized by a slow play. So since the players are thinking for the moment, I can take a small break, and then I will be back online when there will be changes on the bots. And also I would like to make an announcement. I've already been doing this announcement before on internet, on Facebook and Twitter, that today in the afternoon we have a special guest on this tournament. At this moment the strongest woman player of France, Marie Sibak, or Siba, is given the simul at the office of the French Chess Federation. So she was invited to come here after the end of this simul, and when she will come here to this place, we will have a very nice chat, conversation with her. So she will tell us about her chess career, about the plans, and so on. So I believe this conversation will be extremely interesting. But of course it is not possible to tell you the exact time when she comes here, because you can never predict how long it will take to give a simul. But if you're interested to see her in the live coverage of this tournament, then don't stay disconnected, don't be very far away from your computer, from internet. So stay tuned. So bye bye for now, and then after some time I will reconnect. I'm now back online to give you update on the things going in the current round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. We were offline for a short time, and basically not much things happened on the board, but still I would like to update you on the latest developments. So the first game of today is the game Bakro Tamashvski, and after Queen d6, White played quite an unusual move, Knight b d2. At the moment I cannot understand the idea behind this move very clear, and the move h6 has been played. So just a normal waiting move. So White needs to demonstrate any particular plan, how he wants to use the weakness of the central pawns e6, e6 and e5. And of course now and on the following moves it is not possible to take on d5, because after d5 black plays knight d5 and the pawn c3 pulls. So exchange on d5 gives nothing to white. So white must try to find one or another way to regroup his pieces. Maybe he can use the open line B, but also it is not so clear, because black does not have any weakness along this line. So for the moment quite difficult for me to understand what white has in mind in this position and how he can go further in his fight for the advantage here. And several moves were played in the game Wanka Giri, and the game goes exactly along our prediction. So bishop c3, queen b8, bishop f6 were played. Now if gf6, then it is necessary to look at the move like bishop g6. So bishop f6, black has a safe way to react, taking on e4. And after queen e4, gf6. So it looks like white does not get any chance to create the direct attack on the black king, and the position looks pretty safe for black now. But black is thinking after the move bishop f6, and of course black is calculating the sharp variations which can arise after this move. So Anish is trying to play with the responsibility in this game. Clearly he is trying to use more time than in the previous game, so I hope it will bring success and that he will not make mistakes today. So several moves were played in the game Fresenier Gelfand. So after queen after queen d3, black played queen c6 now. The idea is to play maybe rook c8, then a6, b5, and to try to organize some kind of counterplay on the pawn c4. And here in this position, white must decide where to develop his bishop c1. Without the developing bishop c1, white is not able to do absolutely anything. And here in this position there are three squares. One option is bishop d2, another is bishop e3, and of course there is a possibility to develop the bishop to g5. Also, it is worth mentioning that after the move queen c6, black not only wants to play rook c8 and later a6 and b5, also the square d7 was liberated for the knight. And the knight f6 can go to d7, later to e5 or c5, and attack white central pawns. So the move bishop g5 is very interesting for the moment. It prevents the move knight d7 because the pawn on e7 is hanging. And for example, after the move h6, white can take on f6, and after bishop f6 he can play knight d5 with advantage, because the bishop f6 cannot move, the pawn on e7 is hanging. So these things are obvious things, and of course white player is considering them at the moment in order to make the following move. So now we can go further. This is Grischuk Nakamura. After knight e3, black has made the natural move knight beat d7. We were also discussing this possibility for black, and now white takes on c4. So of course white is still slightly better for the moment, but the pawn structure is symmetrical. Black does not have any weakness in his position, so there are all the hopes are still there to equalize by black without any problem here in this position. But of course black must be pretty careful in order not to waste time and to try to finish the development as quickly as possible. So, okay, going now to the next game, and this is the game Ponomariov Dominguez. After bishop d3, black exchanged on d3, and after queen d3, played queen g4. So knight f3, and now black is thinking. So the idea of white in this position is to try to play c4. Right now, in order to try to win the space in the center. Maybe later to play c5 and so on. And this is the thing that black should think about. So logical move for the moment is the move queen e6 here in order to take the square c4 under control. But then after the move queen e6, it is necessary to look at the consequences of the move d5. Maybe then to play queen g4, keeping the control over the square c4. The knight f3 cannot go to d4, and black is ready to play queen c4 by himself. So I like the move queen e6. Maybe it will be played in the game, maybe not. But actually, when you are thinking and looking at the position, it is necessary to ask the questions. What is the idea? What is the plan of your opponent? What does he want to achieve here? And then you see that obviously white wants to play c4 here, and then you look at the ways how to try to stop the play of white. And this is what I'm thinking in this position. Further, Yes, several moves were played in the game Wanka or Giri. So the move gf6 has been played, and now white plays queen f4 here. So it has the following idea: to exchange the queens and to try to use the weaknesses of the black pawns on the queen side. For example, after queen f4, e4, white can try to move the king maybe to a5. So it would be, of course, ideal and to try to win this pawn a6. And at the same time, he has a pawn structure on the king side that gives white sometimes the possibility to create the passed pawn along the H line. So it means that black king cannot go into the center because he must always stay next to the H pawn. Or black needs to take extra measures to prevent the organization of the passed pawn along H line. So it is obvious that after the move queen f4, black must spend enough time in order to think and make a correct decision whether he should exchange the queens on f4 or not, and in which reaction to change. Because if we don't want to exchange the queens here, then we must look at the following move, like queen b6. Because then after queen f6, black can take on e3. So this is the idea behind the move queen b6. But when playing queen b6, it is also necessary to take into account the possibility of white to play on the king side, maybe h4, h5 with some kind of initiative. And so obvious that at this moment Anish must take enough time to try to understand this position completely. And the task that he must try to solve is not very easy, not very obvious. So what to do? To exchange the queens or to keep queens on board? So now we can, I see that one more move was played in the game Grischuk Nakamura. After knight 5 c4, rook b8 was played. And black wants to play bishop b6, bishop b7, and to finish the development. And now it is possible to see that the knight on e3 is standing in the way of the development of the bishop c1. Because if the knight e3 would stood on any other place, then white would have the possibility to play bishop f4 and attack the rook on b8. But when knight on a3 standing, it is not so easy to go further. So here in this position there are plenty of options available for white. To castle, to play a3, maybe bishop d2. So it is not entirely obvious how to continue further. So after the move rook b8, definitely white must spend some time in order to develop further, because otherwise his small opening plus will go away completely. So there were some developments in the game Caruana Ivanchuk. So the play of Fabiano is quite logical and interesting. After the move queen b7, I have already explained to you that black wants to play rook a8 here to establish the control over the A line. In order to stop it, In order to stop it, white plays queen a2 now. And the only option for black to establish the control over the A line is to play bishop e6 here. So after bishop c6, it is no longer possible for white to win this line. So now white is switching to another plan connected with play f4, f5. So white makes the move queen b1, and for example, if now rook a8, then after exchange on 8, white plays f5. And I've already been explaining to you that this idea is the main strategical idea of white in such position. So if white plays f5, usually he has a very big advantage in this position. So after the move queen b1, black must try. And now yes, and so as I just saw that Vasily chose an option to stop this move completely. So he played f7, f5. It is also happening quite often in the French defense that black plays f5 or f6 in order to stop the play of white on the king side. And now if white takes on f6, then after bishop f6, we have the different type of the position on board, where white no longer plays for f4, f5, but he is trying to attack this pawn on e6. And after the exchange on f6, we see that the character of the game has changed completely. So now the play will go around the center. If in this position white would have the queen on c1, then it would be possible to play queen e3, immediately attacking this pawn on e6. So quite difficult to give you the correct and exact evaluation of this position, but somehow it feels quite pleasant for white for the moment, because pieces of white are standing on better places than the black pieces. Also white has some kind of space advantage, but the close character of the games means that it is not so easy for white to break through. So after the move f5, Caruana is thinking how to proceed further. But it is obvious that if you want to play for advantage, if you want to play for a win, then you must take on f6, and then afterwards you must try to find the way how to play against the weak pawn on e6. If you don't take on f6, then the position of course will be closed, and even if white sometimes plays g4, then the pawn on f5 can securely be protected by the move g6. So you can no longer make any progress on the king side if you don't take on f6, and then the position will be completely blocked, and then it will be a draw. So white now is thinking, and now we can look at the game Bakro Tamashvski, because I was not understanding the idea of white after his last move, knight b d2. And now I see that after knight bd2 h6, white played d4. It looks a little bit illogical to try to exchange one of the central doubled pawns of black. But obviously, since white is doing this, also when still having enough time of on his clock, then white didn't see any other way to make the progress in this position. So after e d4, white is thinking, but yes, the white player has gone off the board, and he probably must take with the cd pawn, because after knight d4 he must take into account the move queen g4 with the attack on the pawn h2 and f2. So basically this move is forced. Then after the exchanges in the center, then we will see that white has one pawn in the center against two weaknesses of black. For example, knight e4, d4, queen e4. And one weakness of white, this is the pawn of d4. And black has two weaknesses, c7 and d6. And potentially white has some chances to get a small advantage. Whether it is realistic to get something special in this position, difficult to say. So just white keeps marginal advantage here, but whether it is enough to get something special, I don't know. We must see and wait. Several moves were played in the game Wanka Giri. After move queen f4, we were talking about the choice of the black player when the exchange of the queens has been offered. And Anish took a decision not to exchange the queens. So he played queen b6 in this position. When discussing the possibility after queen f4, I told you that avoiding the exchange of the queens, it is necessary to look after the attacking possibilities of white on the king side. And Wanka plays h4 here immediately, because he is going for this kind of attack. e5 was played, queen e4, and now the move queen d6, connected with the idea to play f5. After the move queen d6, white is now thinking how to go further. Very natural way for white to react here is the move g4 to stop this plan with f7, f5 once and forever. I'm not sure if this move will be played. Also, it is necessary to look at the possibilities like the move h5 here. But probably this is not working, because after the move f5, queen h4, black has the possibility to give check on d3, and after king a1, rook c1, queen e3, black wins the pawn. So you cannot go directly and play h5, and that's why you must try to secure the position of the queen e4, and probably playing g4 here. We can go now to the next game, Freyssinet, Gelfand. After the move queen c6, white played rook e1. I don't like this move by white, because at that moment, after the move queen c6, white had to think about the development of his pieces. So one of the chess principles in chess is to try to develop the pieces as quickly as possible. And I don't see the point in the white move. What, for example, white will be doing after the move rook c8. because now the pawn c4 under attack, and then you must try to defend this pawn, because if now knight d5, then knight d5, the pawn c4 under attack, and after c d5 black can play queen c2 even with a better position. And if you don't play knight d5, for example the move b3, then it is necessary even to look at the move knight e4, because after knight e4 black takes on a1 here in this position. After rook e4 there is a possibility to play bishop c3, winning the material. So basically after the move knight e4, white has to play knight d5, threatening to take on e7. And now there are complications, so the position becomes very, very sharp. So I'm sure that playing the move rook e1, white he was forced to calculate, because it is too obvious from the black side to ignore such possibility of black, such plan of black. So at this moment Boris Gelfand must calculate a lot of variations as black. Also, instead of the move rook fc8, it is necessary to look at the move rook ac8 with the same ideas. And now b3, and now the move knight e4, because after the move knight d5, maybe it is possible to play rook e8 here. Rook e4, bishop e1, now knight e7, rook e7, rook e7, and maybe even something like the move d5 here in this position. So you see that this position is very, very rich in possible variations and complications. So quite difficult to calculate everything and understand what is going on. But I want to repeat that during my commentary I don't use any chess engine. So this is my principal point. So during the first 4 hours of the game I never look at any chess engine. So the commentary that I am giving to you is only my own view of chess. I'm not trying to get any external help, so what I see as a chess player is what I tell you. So of course sometimes I can miss anything in very sharp variations in the tactical lines, because I'm not a player by myself, so I'm looking at many different games. But actually I have a feeling that what white did in this position, rook e1, and it is not entirely good, because when you are playing white you must think about the development. And now we see that the bishop is still standing on c1, the rook is still also on a1, and white is not developing his pieces. So this everything in its turn gives black the possibility to cause complications. And this is definitely what Boris Gelfand is thinking about. Maybe he gets a chance to use the complications in his favor. Also, besides the move rook ac8 and rook fc8, it is necessary to look at the possibility to play knight d7 with idea knight e5 or knight c5, and then to win this central hanging pawns. And for example, even after the move b3, then even it is possible to play b5 to attack the center. And the move like knight d7 can easily be stopped by the move rook e8, followed by the idea knight e5 and then knight c4. So it is obvious that after move rook e1, Black has received plenty of possibilities to get a concrete play attacking the white center, especially the pawn c4, and he can try to use the fact that white in this position is behind in the development. So I'm very curious how black is going to proceed after the move rook e1. But if I would be playing black in this position, I would take more time to try to calculate and understand what is going in this position. So now we can go further and look at the game Grischuk Nakamura. So Grischuk Nakamura. The last position that we saw was the position after the move rook b8, and I was telling you that black wants to play b6 and bishop b7 in order to try to finish the development as quickly as possible. So the move of white after rook b8 was knight a5 in order to prevent b6, because after b6 the knight going to c6, and the knight is very strong on that place. So basically the idea and the plan connected with the move b6 is stop for a while. So in order to continue further with the development, black now plays the move knight e5, exactly establishing the control over the square c6. Now b6 is a threat. If black manages to play b6, for example, after the normal castle, then b6, knight c6, knight c6, bishop c6, and bishop b7. Not only black immediately solves all his problem, but also he gets some chances to seize over the initiative. So after the move knight e5, white must play something concrete and accurate in order to prevent black from playing b6. For example, the move f4 is not so good here, because then white remains with the king in the center. For example, after the move knight g4, maybe it is even possible to play knight f g4, and after the exchange there, we see that white king stuck in the center, and this is of course not good for white. So after the move knight e5, white must come with any idea in order how to stop this move b6. But for the moment it is not very obvious, and I don't see a clear way how white should continue in his fight for the advantage. Maybe already the advantage has gone, yes. Because the play of white in the previous moves, like with knight e3 and then knight c4, didn't look natural, because the knight e3 stopped the development of the bishop c1, the bishop could not go to f4 and stop the whole plan of rook b8 and b6. Knight e4, but we had the possibility to take on c4 with our knight e3 instead of knight e5. And if we will go to c4 now, it would mean that we accept the loss of time, and we are going to the same position with an inclusion of an extra move for black. So playing knight c4 would be accepting, yes, our mistake on one of the previous moves. Okay, so going further, there were developments in the game Caruana Ivanchuk, and a lot of games actually were played there. After e5, white took on f5, now bishop f6, and now the move queen d1, with the idea to take on d4 with the queen, not allowing black to get the passed pawn c4. Now rook a8, bishop g4, bishop d7. So exchange on a8, queen a8. Now h3, queen e8, queen d2, queen f7, bishop queen e3, and now the move bishop d4. So what I can tell you about this position? Of course, you should not be a strong player to understand that white here is slightly better, because he has a passed pawn on c5, and of course we see the difference in white pieces, because the bishop on d7 is a bad bishop, and white has a superiority of his pieces. Queen d4, and now queen f6. But of course the position is rather close, not much material left here, and black can always hope to exchange as much material as possible, and then to try to establish some kind of fortress that white does not break through. So in this position white does not have any chance to lose whatsoever. So it means that white is standing slightly better. But of course the question remains whether white can do something realistic to convert this small advantage into a full point. But actually Caruana is very good using his technique how to convert small advantages into a full point. I have played couple of games against him, and even the smallest of the possible advantage in his hands can become very, very dangerous, because he is a player of an excellent technique. So his style is close to the player like Karpov, and I believe that he will be trying as much as possible, and he will try to do everything possible what is in his hands in order to create a lot of problems for the black player. But of course to get such position is always a pleasure, that you can play for a win without absolutely any risk of losing. But of course the question whether this advantage is enough for a win remains an open. So we must look further, and then the further course of the game will show what do we have here. So one more move was played in the game, Ponomariov Dominguez. And the course of the game goes exactly as we were talking about. So we were thinking logically how to establish the control over the square c4. And for me it was obvious that black should have played queen e6 to stop c4. And this game actually was played. So now white is thinking after the move queen e6. Bakro, Tamashvski had seen lot of moves played, and now I see that this game has ended in a draw. So it means that the press conference will come in a couple of minutes. So it means that I have to stop the live coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament and let the press officer to start her work. Okay, see you soon here at the press conference.
Dear all chess friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the first press conference of today. The first draw between Etienne Bakro and Evgeny Tamashvski just came to an end. Etienne, could you have played for more in the opening or maybe in the rookie game?
No.
I'm asking you since you are white and usually white wants to take advantage.
But my preparation is not good enough yet.
So you were surprised today by Evgeny?
It's a long time I don't get advantage by white, so not so surprised that I'm under in opening. I think I have no chance. I played it safe after d5 because...
After d5?
Yeah.
Since you are into the game.
Sure, d5, check.
It was home preparation?
Yes, I think d5 is quite important novelty because of black didn't equalize in previous games convincingly, and I had analyzed this move and this new plan with bishop c5 and bishop e7 for a long time. So it looks like an easy game, but in fact it's not at all, because of to equalize easily with black you must be at least well prepared. So
yes,
especially with against such a well-known theoretical like Etienne. So I think d5 is very important. Very interesting plan. Probably white played not the most principal move, but queen e5 I think is the most principal one, and knight b3 also. But here probably a3 or c4, keeping the tension, is the chance to play for something more. Sorry.
Yes, c4 looks almost
c4 and c4 and sorry. But I also analyzed it, so I didn't repeat this variation before the game, because of you never played it before. No, one time, and but I repeated it before my previous games, and after some thought, I remembered key ideas. I think this position is very interesting, and in future we will have principal duels here, most likely. But after bishop e3, I think the tension is going down, and here black should be quite okay. Firstly, I thought that I have no problems at all. But after knight bd2, probably h6 is quite precise move, because of if I
probably you can play rook d8 also.
Rook d8 also, yes. Rook d8 is also interesting. But first I was going to play this one, rook b8. But here after d4, if I take, of course it should be also draw, but I didn't want to play such an endgame without pawn.
h6 or d8 is much more precise.
Yes, h6 I didn't see any play for white instead of d4, because of if you take, I can simply take with knight. I think knight d7 probably black is simply better. So h6 is also useful because of after that I'm controlling the g5 square, and queen g5 is important resource in some ratios. Probably could play something like rook a1, but I think after rook a8 white have a lot of ideas.
No, I was not playing for advantage.
Yeah, I think it's
d5,
bishop.
right?
No, d5. I think bishop e3 is not so principal. So it's a key moment of the game. And after that, black equalized and probably it was a logical draw. It's hard to say. As I told earlier, recently I played very bright tournament, but here it looks very boring.
You made only draws?
Probably it's not only my guilt, because I'm playing mostly with black, and let's see what will be happening in the restaurants.
Yeah, but 50%, isn't it a good result on such a level?
Yeah, but I also want some more action in my games. but what to do if I play solid opening and white is also playing correct and safe moves? What can I do? So
should wait for a chance
yeah.
to come.
Yes.
To wait for presents.
Yeah.
Today.
No. Today. After the opening, I wasn't hoping for any presents, so my goal was to hold the draw.
Yeah, but usually I know that you prepare a lot, and today it happened on the board what you have prepared yesterday or this morning?
Not yesterday, but probably a month or 2 months ago. And we had analyzed the situation a lot with my second Alexei Ilyushin before the World Cup, and suddenly it has arisen in the Grand Prix. But yeah, I think it's very interesting position, and as I told, we will have interesting duels in it. But it's very hard to discuss without in such positions without deep preparation. Very hard. So bishop e3 is totally understandable. White is safe, and if I'm playing not precise moves, white can be better, and so bishop e3 is totally understandable. It's a human move.
Yeah.
Because the bishop is what we call nasty for what?
Yeah, quite a lot. Yes.
But bishop c5, bishop a7 is a good play.
So after all, your reaction was actually quite good.
Quite boring, yes.
Well,
normal.
Yeah, but
solid.
Totally understandable. Don't believe if somebody says that he will play h3 or c4 without preparation. Most likely,
No, c4 was possible.
Yeah,
I checked a bit and.
You checked during the game?
Yes, during the game. Right?
Not before.
Not with computer.
Right, it was not in your preparation.
Yeah, but there are very interesting positions.
Then we decided with
Go
no
safe.
preparation, and probably it's not better out of
So after all, draw was good today. Okay, so
Yes.
having white, I know it's always...
Okay, it's a bit depressing to have zero advantage with white for the last 20 games maybe.
But for me also was...
Yes, many of us have this problem, and it's difficult to fix it. With black it's...
but nowadays it's much more easier to prepare with black. It's always tendency. So with white you need to be...
Prove something.
With white you need to be very creative to even to create a fighting position, not to get an advantage.
So usually the pressure is on white, only here.
Okay, not so much.
It's not
But I'm
nice,
also a bit unlucky because sometimes I have some ideas, but it never goes to the right.
Doesn't appear on the board.
Right,
No, but nevertheless, all players prefer white, I think.
Yeah, of course. I think everybody. Are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we will thank the players for their time and good luck for the next rounds with white and black.
yeah, black also not so easy.
Yeah, of course.
We have just followed the press conference of the first finished game of the round, and now it is time to come with an update of the developments on the other 5 games of this round. And we start with the game Wanka Giri. We left the position after the move queen d6, and in this moment after the move queen d6 we were discussing the possibility to go for attack, to play g4 in order to stop the move f5, and then later h5. In the game, white decided to choose another plan, and he played rook cd1 here, just forcing the exchange of the queens with the move queen c6. Queen c6, rook c6, and now h5 has been played. It was possible to refrain from the move h5 and to try to exchange the rooks and bring the king to the queen side, maybe through the squares b3, b4, and so on. So, because sometimes it is useful to have a possibility to organize the passed pawn on the king side. But white in the game after rook c6 played h5. And now we see that after exchange on f5, rook h5, and the lastly played move rook fc8, white has no longer the possibility to create the passed pawn on the king side. And it means that the black king is ready, sometimes if necessary, to go to f8, to e7, and take part in the defense, if necessary, of the queen side, or just stay in the center. Of course, even at this moment, the pawn structure of white is slightly more pleasant, because the pawn f6 and the pawn f7, they are doubled pawns. So black is less flexible in his pawn structure. But it is not so obvious what white can do now in order to get something real out of this position. So probably black now is on a good track to equalize here in this game. Also, it is necessary to look for the possibilities of black to play rook c2 here, attack the pawn on g2, and maybe later rook g2, rook c2, and black wants maybe to take over initiative here in this position. So I guess that at the moment black should not worry, and I see that the move rook h1 has been played here. So the move rook h1 stops the move rook c2, because then after rook c1, one rook will be exchanged here. And for example, if black wants to bring the king into the center, then it is necessary to take into account the move rook d7, for example. But still, I believe there is nothing dangerous for black in this position, because the move rook c1 is not a threat. Maybe black can do any useful move. For example, the move king g7 here, with the idea f5, maybe later to play rook g6 and something on. So it looks pretty natural for black to play king g7 here. So let's see and wait what Anish will make. So it is already move 21, move 32, and Anish has 58 minutes left. Now I see that one game has been finished, and actually finished very quickly. And Caruana won against Vasily. So poor Vasily, he lost the second game in a row. and the players are now in the press room. So just I stop my commentary of the games, and the players are coming here.
Sorry,
Mrs. Long is here.
sorry, you will have soon the chance to tell us what was wrong. Welcome to the second game of today, which ended in a point for Fabiano Caruana, making him closer to his goal to qualify for the candidates tournament. How was today's game? Was it preparation, Fabiano?
No, I didn't know so much about this line, but I played it many years ago. I think I might have played G3 here. Also knight B2 is possible many moves ago. But this seemed kind of logical. So, yeah, I guess white has a slight advantage, but it's not so much here. There was also a move
Kula
like
was
F6.
played G4 instead. Principally, yes.
Yeah, G4. I wasn't sure, maybe you'll try F6.
Yes. Because knight C2, according theory, it's black is completely okay, but of course F6. So I should play F6. I knew this. So F6 here. So it's
I was going to play knight D4 here.
knight D4 takes.
Knight C6.
Okay, maybe knight B5 also, queen B8 or queen B7. Okay, it's knight C6, queen C6 takes, and bishop B7.
I was thinking about bishop H5 to try to stop your bishop.
Bishop H5, okay.
And take.
Take.
Maybe take on F8 first. And take on the 8. And play this position rook F1.
Yes, but it looks like nothing.
Yeah, it's probably quite close to a draw. But still, I think white has some chances to press.
Maybe, yes. Yes, but it's correct play. Played bishop D7. I don't know why. So what happened? I started to calculate. So takes, knight takes B5, and okay, queen B8, knight D6, and now it takes F4 is possible, and takes takes on D4, and then bishop also queen B7. So okay, I understood that I need to calculate this, and suddenly my hand moving bishop D7.
Is the position already locked after bishop d7?
Yes, I know. Yes, I remember bishop d7. It was Anand brave. It was Anand played this. This.
I think instead of rook A8, I was worried about G6.
Yes, G6 normal move, but
Here I think white is winning.
something like this was. And here, of course, I should play G6 because maybe rook E8 takes and F5. Maybe some problem. Okay, so the most natural move here was G6. And if G4, okay, maybe some another move. Now I can play rook A5 with idea if F5, bishop G5, some towers.
Yeah, I was going to take and play bishop D1 and bishop C2.
Sorry?
I was going to take on A8, queen A8 and bishop D1.
Yes.
Put my bishop on C2 and advance on the king side slowly.
Yes, it's surely slightly better for white, but it's possible to keep this position. And I'm doing F5, and immediately after making this move, I have seen that queen D1. So queen D1 is very unpleasant, and
Is it already lost, or maybe it's possible?
it's bad position. I don't like to play such position. Here probably this was possible instead. Queen D2 is good, but maybe this was possible too. Oh, sorry, F5 of course.
I have bishop H5 in that.
Yes,
I
yes.
didn't see this.
Yes, I have seen this. Okay, but this is bad. Okay, this is losing position because white is. I cannot do anything.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was not a bit too early, but again, on my level.
Yes, but what I can do? Okay.
You should play bishop C6,
King
D4,
D4,
and
King
try to wait.
D7, Bishop F3, G4, G5.
Yeah, you'll play. Okay, after g4, h4, you can play h6.
Okay, h6, g4,
King of7,
h4,
h4, king g7.
king g7.
g5, I think, is the only idea.
Yes.
hg5, hg5. And try to win. But I thought it was winning if I play here bishop g4.
Yes.
And then it's king of 7, g6.
Yes, should be winning easy.
Big bishop.
Yes. It's terrible. Bishop h, you can play, whoa, c6 in some moment. It should be winning. It was bad, so f6 was correct. But I don't know, this queen b8, knight d6. What is this?
But could you play queen b7 instead of queen d8?
Queen b7, knight d6.
Taking d4.
Yes, takes and d4, I consider this, maybe if takes e5 even, so I wanted to understand what is this, and suddenly my hand making bishop d7.
Yeah. Unfortunate move.
This, for example.
Maybe d3.
Yes, maybe, but okay, some sacrifice, takes, bishop d3, I don't know. Maybe this, maybe something.
Maybe queen f2 and rook f1.
Yes, okay,
Complicated.
so this is only what I could afraid, not to play f6, but okay, it's messy. So queen b8 I like more. If knight d6, probably I can start with this, maybe, but I don't know. So this is a little bit messy, so this is only a reason not to play f6. Because, okay, this is possible,
But I still believe afterwards it was possible to make a draw, even because you don't lose with one mistake. So something else.
yes, but at an unpleasant position, okay.
Yes, but still unpleasant, but maybe it's possible to defend.
G6, okay, was correct. So G4, there's this bishop D1.
I wasn't sure if I can win this, but it seems like I can play first.
Yeah, yes, I completely agree that white is better here. So okay, let's. This is your line. Takes rook e4. Okay, it's some pressure. Queen e2, queen g4. You can try. Yes, because yes, slightly better for white. I agree. So everything is bad for me. So I made terrible mistake in Norway. So I should, after I lost my match, to play in Blitz tournament, because my problem to win any tournament, it can be amateur tournament.
Which is your problem?
I cannot win anything, so I need to try to play a weak tournament, try to win. So
maybe the organizers can create a blitz tournament for you on the rest day. Maybe just then you can play and try to win it, because still one rest day is planned.
And many more rounds to go and many tournaments to come. So plenty of chances.
I think French defense is unlucky for you.
but I played against Duda and win. Smallest fresh example in Norway. So it's not the French defense. Okay, I should yesterday play e4. So, I mean, not in first move, after f6. So,
Okay, probably it's just a bad trend lately.
after f6, e4, and okay, I can show this. So, what played?
But this was yesterday's game?
Yes.
Which was?
Yes. So d4, knight
Vasily,
f6.
if you don't mind for 1 second, I have a question for Fabiano about today's game.
Oh, okay, I will take position.
Okay, you can watch yesterday's press conference to understand exactly what happened, and you will feel the
C5.
position. Ah, yes, I remember the c5.
Yes.
I think you played before.
Yes,
Before.
Yes, before.
Might be d7.
Bishop e3, knight h4, knight e2, f6. And now, of course, this was correct move.
Yeah, Alexander said it at the press conference that it was
I
possible to play e4.
I said, okay, maybe he agreed with me. Okay, maybe.
Maybe it was you. Yeah, maybe I made a mistake. Yeah.
So takes. If, for example, bishop a2, of course, bishop a2 it's not only move, but if not, I have.
Yeah, you must take the pawn. At least you must suffer for something.
Okay, and so I think this is good idea. If bishop d5, bishop c4. So
Could black play bishop f7 after e4?
e4, bishop f7.
Yeah.
Yes, can play, but now I have square.
cd5?
Yes, but I can bishop e3, even e5, castle. Okay, so it's much better than.
Then what happened in the game?
Yes, I played. I start to play stupid moves. h4, bishop f7, bishop h2, f5, f4. It's not so bad, but I lost very quickly this position.
It was knight df6
knight df6.
or knight h.
And knight h6.
Knight h,
It means knight h6. Well, I'm not completely sure.
It was not h.
H.
Yes, knight h.
You remember also all the other games?
Oh,
The other
yes,
games,
he could
Pablo.
see. Of
Well,
course.
my game yesterday wasn't so interesting, so I mainly looked at the others.
So okay, I couldn't understand why I not play e4. I have seen idea, but okay, this position I think good compensation for white.
But maybe you got affected by this e4 move and today you couldn't concentrate properly.
Okay, today it's
You have to
okay. After f6 maybe I could play normal games. So okay, here I should play f6 because I know, or maybe, or not play b5. If not play f6, so I should not play b5. I should play something else like f6 or b6. I don't know. Maybe b6 first, then f6. Okay, rook a1 probably. But
You can also try knight b2.
yes, knight b2. Also. I don't know. I expect knight b2 because I remember. I expected this. But now knight b6.
This looks okay for black.
Yes, knight g5 takes bishop d7. Yes, maybe. Because I remember that f6 according to theory good. So it was some game of Vaganyan, something like this. I remember this is good, but okay, maybe really after knight d4 takes. Okay, knight b5 is messy, takes fe5 maybe really slightly better for white. Okay, so.
Yeah, so the f pawn was pushed in the wrong moment later on.
Yes, of course. But okay, anyway, this position is already unpleasant. So it's quick draw on Andrei, but this can be only okay. If rook a8, just take an f5.
Bishop g5 is possible.
Yes, bishop. Of course, if you want, you can.
Yeah, I can always play bishop d1.
Yes, sure. Maybe this. Yes, f5.
It's the same. as
Bishop.
And after queen d1, it was not possible to play queen c7 with the idea e5.
After queen d1, queen c7, rook a6.
Oh, I thought g3 I was going to play.
g3 e5.
Take
Why not rook a6? Very active move.
because it's not possible to take on f4. I don't understand.
Takes on d4 and takes on f. No, rook c6.
And maybe use a c pawn somehow. No, queen e3, c3, some or
So-
rook f2.
Sorry, how to play?
Let's say bishop d4.
Queen takes.
Oh no, sorry, queen f4 first. After rook a6.
Queen f4. Bishop f6.
And queen f. Okay, you can take many pawns, of course. Queen c3.
Good for
Okay, you should do rook on f6, maybe rook f6 first, after bishop f6.
bishop f6, rook takes f6.
Yeah, rook c6 and queen e3. Also rook f2, but queen c3, it looks very unclear to me.
Queen c6. Bishop g4 somehow. Okay, so when I not play e4 yesterday, and then what reason was resign in final position? Okay, d5. Okay, maybe losing, but it's not.
You dislike your position too much.
Yes.
But Fabiano, were you surprised by Vasily's resignation today?
I expected a few more moves because at least I have to show some technique, I think. But if I'm winning, then it's straightforward. But I thought at least I would have to prove it. But most likely it's correct, the result. It looks like white should win.
Yes.
More time for preparation and rest. Yeah. Thank you very much. I see that another game just finished, so see you soon. We don't like you to wait for long, so we are back after a very short break. Another game just finished. Ruslan Ponomariov against Alina Dominguez ended in a draw. Ruslan, you were white. You made many draws so far. As solid as usual. Today, could you have pressed more, or not really?
I don't know. Maybe our game not so interesting, especially after previous one, Vasily against Fabian. I still can understand why is it winning or not in the final position for white. But I don't know. But okay. About today's game, I don't know. I expected some fight with neither, and I totally was not expecting some Petrov. But okay, I think recently Linger didn't play so much that he had some time to prepare maybe some new opponents like he played.
But he was
So
repeating
many-
after the game against Giri, when you.
Sorry?
It was the repetition. They tried to repeat the games against Giri from the.
You mean
This
that I
Russian,
played?
yes.
Yeah, I mean, but okay. I didn't really see like huge improvement, maybe some slight improvement. So I don't know. I tried to play some not so well known line, but I'm not so sure. Maybe here I'm misplaced something.
I
Because
think everything this is theory.
Bishop f4, because I wanted to play some like Bishop f4, tried to play some line, something like this. Recently I read Sakayev book and I was not so sure that he gave some correct lights. I thought maybe to try, but okay, it's Petrov, so it's still so. But I'm not so sure that is it correct move whether I play Bishop f4. Maybe first I should do I should do something like this here now 95. But okay, maybe that still can play something rook c8. I don't know what's difference if rook e1, rook 8 not included. But okay, it's really needs more time to prepare something more special, not just to play. Because I mean more or less I improvised during the game. Yeah, and here Bishop f4. I know it looks like maybe there is some theoretical position. Something like this.
Yeah, we took only one.
Yeah. So at least, yeah, maybe it's also quite good possible because it looks like black has like extra tempo. Rook one is not played.
So you're in your preparation.
Well, this bishop f4, of course, is not. It's kind of unusual, so I didn't know what to do. But then I remembered that there is this line with one after rook e1. Yes, but this one was same. There is d4, bishop c4. Bishop
Well, it's not so. Also, not so
e5.
mainland. I think on rook e1 they usually play something like rook e.
Yeah, but this line
It's
also
like
used to
push.
be quite
Yeah.
solid for black, and I thought that without rook e1 it
But
should
okay,
be
yeah, if it's extra
even-
tempo. Because.
But it's still interesting, no?
Yeah.
Bishop d6, bishop.
Because with rook e1 maybe I could go back on a2 for example, and bishop e6. You play.
Yeah.
I can do some.
Only
Yeah, after knight a5.
So I
Bishop
don't know. Yeah, though I thought you
was
would
thinking
do-
bishop b6. If d5, bishop e5.
I don't know, looks like strange coordination of like this. I don't know, I tried to create some active play on the king side while knight was still on a5 a little bit out of play.
Yeah, here I
Because in
sure.
principle black is very solid and no real weakness. Okay, maybe my plan, if I manage to play some like c4,
Yeah.
maybe I would have some slight pressure.
I was
Maybe it is
thinking-
necessary to forbid the Petrov defense at all.
I was thinking something like this. Then maybe.
I mean, it's not like such a drawish opening.
Yeah,
But
Kramnik is
okay, it's
playing
quite-
and nobody
quite-
can get anything against him.
I mean, even Kramnik he played and he lost some games. Nice.
But in general,
Okay, yeah, in general there is more solid opponents and more risky, but also with Petrov it's difficult to win. This play.
But you're very strong. Of course, you're all very strong. But particularly you Ruslan, you are a technical player, and I know that sometimes you really take water out of stone, you know. And I thought that maybe today's position was on your side.
Well, I mean, first of all, in professional chess, you need to have really good preparation. Okay, everyone do this. You need to have every time to find some new ideas.
And you have to play everything.
Well, and today I didn't really play something special idea in general. But okay, in some moment I thought, okay, if Linear is thinking, maybe I could trick him somehow.
Which
At least,
one?
well, in general, just general feeling. Because you know, sometimes you can feel like your opponent plays very fast. Like without thinking, like Giri, for example. But okay, in some moment maybe it's also not good. Because I remember he played against Linear. It was like he remembered lots of theory, but some reason, I don't know. Maybe he just misplaced one move.
No, he mixed things up, yeah.
Mixed, yeah, that's not good. So I said, okay, at least I made my opponent think, and maybe there would be some chance, but I don't know. In the end, I thought if I'm not creating anything special, it's in fact my pawns. If they are not moving c4, they can be weak, and white should be more accurate. So I decided, okay, I should probably take a draw already in this position.
So Linia, it was the correct game today.
I think more or less, yes. Of course, I was trying to be solid with this opening
Petrov.
choice, yes. And yeah, I was thinking a little bit of queen takes d3 because I thought that there are many ways for black to play. I was just trying to find the most accurate to get full quality. I think I matched quite well. At least I didn't see any special improvement for white during the game. So yeah.
So we will see more Petrov from now on coming.
Oh, maybe, who knows? But it's definitely, yeah, very solid choice. Seeing how easy Giri is making draws with this Petrov, so somehow I got inspired by this. But of course, it's also possible to play some other sharp opponents as well, like neither.
It's good to have a choice.
So maybe you should start playing sometimes bishop c4 on move 2.
I played once.
You played already?
Against one,
Yes, maybe the position is equal there, but at least you are killing Petrov, and then preparation of the opponents will be more difficult against you.
Well, when I played knight f3, I did really think it's going to be better, because it could be knight c6, some maybe Berlin, because Linear played, okay, it was anti-Berlin in London Grand Prix, so I was not really still thinking about Petrov.
Yeah, when you saw Petrov on the board, what did you think?
Well, I tried to think what I should do, what to play. I need to choose some lines. It took me maybe something 12 minutes. Okay, I can just spend all my time just on this set move. Okay, I tried to remember what I played before. What can I do? But in general, yeah, if Petrov is very solid opponent, but just sometimes it's becoming more popular, sometimes less popular.
And today was unbreakable.
Well, I mean, today is today, but more games. It's not like I'm not like a person who thinks like Petrov will kill chess or something. I'm just a little bit more. I need to spend more time on it to find some new ideas.
Practical chances.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. If there are no questions from the audience, we will say good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I'm now back with the update on the 3 remaining games. We have just been following 3 press conferences. So Vasily Ivanchuk has again lost the second game in a row, and it was quite difficult to expect. But of course, you have followed the press conference, so you have a clear idea what has happened in his game. So just let's you bring update of the remaining 3 games, and let's look at the very interesting game that we had on board, and this is the game Gelfand. We have left the position after the move rook e1, and here I was discussing with you several sharp possibilities which black had in the position, and actually the game went almost entirely as we were looking together. So rook a e7 b played, b3, knight e4, knight d5, rook f e8, and now the move rook e4. At this moment, we were looking at the possibility to take on e1, which also should bring a good position for black. Boris Gelfand made another move, e6 here, and now after the move rook b1, everything more or less forced. e d5, c d5, queen d7, and now I can tell you that in this position the chances are at least equal for black. So my conclusion on the move and on the game was entirely correct. So what Laurent Fressinier did in his game, and especially the move rook e1, so this is not the way for white to play if you want to get the advantage, because the chess principle was broken. White did not try to develop the bishop c1, and actually that was the priority number one, and playing rook e1. So exactly according to our evaluations, the game continued. So here it is possible to say definitely no single problem for black whatsoever. And let's go further and let us look at the game Grischuk Nakamura. We left the board after the move knight e5, and I was telling you about the idea to play b6, and that black wanted to finish the development. And then after the move knight e5, the move knight e4 was played. Actually, the move this move was offered by one of the followers here in the press hall, and we had a small discussion about this move. Actually, if you remember, a couple of moves ago, white could have got almost the same position, but actually with the black rook on a8. So if you compare the position with several moves before, for example, after knight bd7, knight c4, knight e5, and knight e5, here we have the same type of position, but basically white has lost one tempo approximately. So it makes the equalizing task of black much easier, and it is possible to say pretty sure that somewhere at the beginning phase of the game white made a mistake, especially putting the knight on e3, stopping the development of the bishop c1, and now black has given the check on before. Actually, we were discussing this possibility previously in order to exchange the bishop and leave the king in the center. So Hikaru finally used this possibility. Now bishop d2, bishop d2, king d2, rook d8. We had the discussion about this plan, this idea for black earlier, and after king c3, black now takes on c4. Now white is thinking, and of course there are only two moves available here. One is the move knight c4 here. Of course this move is the most natural move in the position, and there is another quite strange move, king c4. Since white is thinking here, and he has only 12 minutes left until the time control, so it means that this move at least is playable now. And the only thing worrying me at the moment that Alexander has only 11 minutes left for the remaining 24 moves. And actually this is a very worrying thing for white, because Alexander is known for his frequent time troubles. Even in this tournament he managed to spoil several games. For example, he had an advantage against Fressinier, then he slept the advantage away, then made a couple of mistakes, even lost the possibility to make a draw, and finally lost. Also he had the possibility to win against Caruana. He had a huge advantage, but again in the time trouble he made mistakes and the game ended in a draw. And actually in this game we have the similar worrying trend, because at this moment white is no longer fighting for advantage. Actually white needs to be careful, because the king is far ahead of the other pieces, and this position is quite open. So the position of the white king is very vulnerable for the moment. So basically white has to be extremely careful and to play with very deep concentration, because Hikaru Nakamura is well known as a player who uses all the resources until the end, and he always finds the tricks in order to create problems for his opponent. So Alexander here must be very careful in order to make 24 moves until the time control with only 9 minutes left. So I feel this game, this moment is quite critical for Alexander. And of course I hope that he will manage to escape here. And now I see that the move king c4 was played. It looks very risky, but Alexander used a lot of time here, and now he's trying to take some risk. So of course he, and now we can see on video the reaction of Hikaru Nakamura. He looks surprised, astonished. He cannot believe, and actually he is making grimaces. He still cannot believe in his eyes whether white has just made the move king c4. And of course it looks ridiculous, frankly speaking, that white does not have a development and the king is moving forward as the queen. He's participating in the attack, but actually there are no pieces to attack. And I'm looking at the video of this game, and Hikaru Nakamura is visually surprised. Maybe he is in the state of shock. He cannot believe his eyes that actually white played king c4. And Hikaru is not even looking at the board. He is completely in the state of shock, so to say. Okay, let us him thinking. Actually Hikaru can afford spending a lot of time on the next move, because he has 57 minutes left until the end of the game, while Alexander has only 9 minutes left for 24 moves. And I'm pretty sure that Hikaru will try to use his time in the most efficient way in order to find some tricks, possibilities to give trouble for his opponent now. But of course it is the ending, not so much material left. It is not so easy to create these tricks, ideas, but I believe that the rest of the game will be very interesting, because definitely we will see some things happening in this game. And now I'm looking at the video and I see that actually Hikaru is ready to make his move. He's just looking at the sides, making the last calculations of his move, and he's about to move here. But okay, we must go further, and let us look at the game Wanka Anish Giri. We left the position after the move rook h1. And here I suggested the natural move king g7. And we were also looking at the possibility of king f8. And now I see that the move king f8 actually was played. And the move rook d7, what we also had the discussion. And after rook d7, actually black is forced to play king g7. And I don't understand what Anish has did in this position, because if you compare the position with the rook on d1 and the rook on d7, it means that black has lost a tempo, and this loss of tempo allowed white to activate his rook. And after the move king g7, white now plays rook a7, f5. Anish actually is playing this plan that I suggested to you, to play king g7 and later f5. But of course, probably it would be better to realize this plan with the white rook still on d1 than on a7. So I have a feeling that very important tempo for black was lost here in the process. And after the move f5, white now plays a3, and he has in mind the following the possibility: to make the space for the king. Now the rook h1 is ready to go. Maybe sometimes white can play rook h5, rook h3 or something on. And also it is necessary not to forget about this very interesting possibility I was already discussing with you: king a2, king b3, king b4 and king a5. Because obviously in this position the pawn a6 is a weak one. So white can at least to try to get some kind of play against this weakness in the position. So white here is standing slightly better. Both players have approximately 30 minutes left until the end of this game. So I don't expect that mistakes will be made until the time control, because it is more than enough time to reflect. So let's look now at the game Gelfand. What do we have here? After the move queen d7, finally white has developed his bishop c1. Of course, this kind of development should have been realized much earlier, but not on move 19. Now rook e4, queen e4 and a6. Correct decision. So you have to move away the pawn from the black square where it can be eaten by the bishop. Of course, you should not put the pawn on b6. You just should put the pawns on the square opposite to the color of the bishop. And now I see that white has just played rook c1, bishop c1, and now the position is absolutely equal. Maybe I can say that it's a dead draw, in other words. So for Boris Gelfand it was an easy game, although at some moment he was standing slightly worse at the beginning of the opening, but actually Laurent didn't follow the chess principle. He forgot about the development of his bishop c1, and this allowed Boris Gelfand to conduct a small combination with exchange on e4, and now we see that the position is completely equal. Now we have to move to the most interesting position of the remaining games, and the game Grischuk Nakamura. So now loading the video and the text of the game. After king c4, b6 was played. For many moves white was trying to prevent this move b6, putting this knight on a5, but still it could not be prevented. So now the only move is knight c6, and after knight c6 black played bishop b7. So a small tactical trick which does not allow white to take on b8, because after bishop g2 the rook h1 is under attack, and after rook g1 black can give the check on d5 and win the knight on b8. It means that after bishop b7 white has to move the king away from this c line, and now black is thinking how to move further. Still, even at this moment there is no direct threat from the white side to win the exchange. So black at least has the possibility to take on c6 immediately, for example. Bishop c6, bishop c6, and in this position we see that black does not have any problem whatsoever, but actually he has a good move, rook d2, trying to win the tempo in order to activate his rook. Since the pawn e2 under attack, it is necessary to try to protect it. For example, with the move rook h1. And then I see that rook b d8 can be played. And actually, black has one time in order to take control over the d line. And it is not so easy for white to get rid of this dangerous rook on d2. And after the move rook b d8, black can continue further, playing for initiative, playing, for example, knight g4, attacking both pawns f2 and h2. And actually in this position, it looks like black has got initiative. And also considering the time difference and the forthcoming time trouble of Alexander Grischuk, it is pretty possible to say that he must be very, very careful in order not to give his opponent good winning chances. So let us look now at another game. So several moves were played in the game. Wanka, Giri. After the move a3, white decided, or black decided to exchange this good rook on a7, because actually the rook on a7 was quite disturbing. So rook c7 was played, rook c7, rook c7, rook d1, played with an idea rook d6. So basically the move rook c6 is pretty forced. And now rook d5. And now black is thinking how to try to protect this pawn e5. So one of the possible moves is the king f6. Actually it is the most natural move, and it was played. Now the king wants to go to the center. And at this moment it is necessary to look at the possibility of the move f4. Because if white plays f4, then exchange on f4. Yes, and now I see that the move actually has been played. So what to do for black? If he exchanges on f4, then we see that one pawn f4 stops two double pawns. And actually these pawns are pretty weak. So under no circumstances black should allow this type of exchange. So he must play e4 now. This is pretty sure for me. And then we must look at the possibility that white activates his pieces, trying to bring the king to the queen side to attack this pawn a6 and b5. After move e4, there are different possibilities, beginning with the move a4, or maybe first king a2, king b3, and so on. And now we see that after the move e4, two white pawns e3 and f4 are stopping three pawns e4, f5, and f7. It means that at some point white can sacrifice the pawn on g2, because then the rook will come on c3, protecting the second remaining pawn e3, and at the same time white must somehow find the possibility to activate the rook, and maybe at the same try to win the pawn a6. So the position looks pleasant for white, because he can try to look for the winning possibilities, and still black must be careful in order not to find himself in trouble, because after the move e4 it will be very difficult for black to bring the king closer to the position, because the move king e6 can be met by the rook e5 check, and then white wins another time. So it looks like Anish has to suffer for a while, and I don't see a clear way for him to make a draw in this position. So after the move f4, he is still thinking. So Fristini Gelfand is still being played. Nothing serious is happening in that game, because here in this tournament we have the Sophia rules that the players cannot even offer a draw to each other. So they just have to continue playing any kind of position. But the game Grischuk Nakamura is also not being developed for the moment. Nakamura is correctly taking his time in order to reflect on the position and to try to understand how to proceed further, because he can also try to look ahead and maybe think over not only one move, two moves, but the sequence of moves, in order to try to use the coming time trouble of Alexander in order to put some serious problems for him. So at the moment I'm going to make a break for a while, and then I will be back resuming the live coverage of this round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament.
Welcome to another game of today, finished in a draw between Wanka and Giri. If you haven't checked before our site, maybe you don't know that it was a slightly difficult start for Anish in this tournament. Also, he had black today, but managed to.
Yeah, some miracle happened. Even when I played my best chess, I lost to Hal, but now I play my worst chess and I made a draw. So
Why was even
No,
the
because
previous rounds, but not today?
no, I mean in general against how I played. I lost maybe 3 games in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but you won what?
Long ago, I was a very little boy back then, and I was very, very talented and a lot of hope. I played this in the first round.
Yes, and actually I forgot my preparation.
You forgot it completely, yeah, because probably you wanted to put the bishop on e2 maybe.
No, bishop d3 was the
But it is
idea.
not dangerous.
It was the idea. I remember it was played by Wang Yue, but
Yeah, but it was nothing in that game, I think.
nothing special. But I think it was
We
slightly
have some
better
kind of
somehow.
inside information from Drev, the great specialist in this variation.
Yes, and what did Giri say?
That this variation for white leads to nothing.
Agreed. No, I think the critical move is here, and then there have been some game. I think Pot can play it. Very interesting idea, knight e4, and then you get some double edge position like this, and very sharp. And this is critical, I think. And I think exactly how we played. There was some rapid game. I think Karpov, maybe some cup dag rapid, played with Caruana. Also, he did this queen c3. He also did this, and I remember Caruana played queen e5. You can also play bishop e7. Completely okay for black.
You can play this. I just forgot. I mean, what? I remember
I
there
don't
was
see.
some.
Maybe queen a3 is a possible move, but it's very dangerous for you, because of this.
No, but queen is the castle.
Yes. You're not gonna play before, yeah?
No, but maybe it was bishop. Knight e4 first, but maybe
Here.
bishop d3. Yeah.
And if, yeah,
I probably
that's a
this-
move, yeah.
This was the idea. But I had to.
No, but hang on, how do you play? I go here, here.
Yeah. And
The
knight
knight
e-
takes.
Yeah. And that's the idea of one I remember, but actually it's not so simple because you can play knight e4 here.
Where?
Here, knight, king and knight e4, bishop e4 would say, and I forgot what was the move.
No, I think I looked at it, but I just couldn't remember. Anyways, here, I have a very comfortable position. Yeah, I was thinking also maybe queen h5,
But
yeah?
queen first I believe it was the best. Yes.
Okay,
I
and
could-
g4, then queen g5,
No,
yeah?
queen h3.
Yeah,
You're
but
better.
could be, yeah, but I'm not so sure. You think so, yeah?
Yeah,
But
just
my
like
queen
that.
is a little bit, even if you just do something like, can you do
Yeah,
this?
just yes, and knight e4, rook e8.
Hang on, also you have some kind of,
It's
yeah,
very
detail.
unpleasant.
Yeah, no, okay, you go here, yeah, probably.
Yeah, make sure the bishop e4.
No, basically I didn't, yeah, I remember that I think black is nearly slightly better here, but I didn't remember anything, so it was, no, I wanted to play maybe this, then I got a bit worried. I think maybe this,
No, but how about bishop 7? I don't know.
bishop f7, yeah, but there is nothing yet.
I just draw? Or?
I don't see how you make a draw even. Because I'm going to lift my king and rook f7, so you have to play like rook d1 and knight d6.
No, but I don't have, I can play queen e4, I think.
Here.
No, instead of.
No, you have to play queen or queen d3. Yeah, because here this one is losing because of this.
Yeah.
Or, although you never know some tricks. But I can, okay, first of all, maybe I can even, let's say queen e4, yeah, it's safer for you.
Yeah.
If f5 you just take twice, yeah?
Yeah.
You,
Okay.
you are probably even better. So if I go, isn't it just a draw by the way, if I just do this?
I don't know. Queen g6 and. Maybe it's just a draw, but.
Yeah, maybe I also, I had some other idea to play. Ah yeah, it was a f5, yeah, bishop f5.
I was planning to go home earlier, but I mean.
No, I think it's completely equal. Okay,
Yeah, but you were just asking for travels somewhere.
But I don't know. I mean, you think this is easier?
I think this is simply.
But you know, what I didn't like, the point is that, okay, suppose we somehow change rooks,
Yeah.
there is a risk that this h pawn is going to be passed pawn, okay, I mean, somehow,
Yeah.
yeah, at some point, and then the pawn games are
You
very
like
dangerous.
this, but you can play rook h8,
Yes, but
h3, rook h4.
it's double-edged rook endgame, I mean,
It's the draw.
yeah, I know it's a draw, but it's double-edged rook endgame, you can lose it, because, you know, I mean, I know that this position should be equal, but, okay, it's very, very double-edged, and I didn't feel like entering some complications, I wanted to...
Yeah, you want to play something extremely safe.
Yes.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yes. No, okay, I mean, don't blame me, yeah? Let me make a couple draws and maybe I'll win some game, but...
Queen d6. So
yeah, queen d6 is a good move, I think.
yeah,
But where was I worse?
Maybe g4 instead of rook
Yeah,
cd1.
g4, but then I can even take and go rook d8.
yeah, that was.
And this is a better version of double-edged rook endgame, let's say this. Because, you know, I'm coming very fast.
But I will not play h5 immediately.
What move can you play?
Maybe a3,
I
useful
play
move.
king g7 also useful.
King a2.
Yeah, even queen d6. Even queen d3.
Ah.
I think it's going to be a just draw.
But
No, it was, but I don't know what is my problem. I mean, why?
no, but I was also thinking about queen d3. I don't know what they'll play.
But
I
why
don't
should you
play.
be better?
I'm
What do you want
going
from
to play h5, and
Yeah, but it's my move, yeah?
it's the only how to play something like queen c7 and try to
Queen c7.
exchange some rook and defend and so on.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's good move, queen c7.
Yeah, because your structure is simply slightly worse. And
Maybe now
I
rook
try.
c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
No, hang on, can't I make a normal move like f5, h5 or?
Of course.
e4 maybe.
e4 just queen e4.
Then take rook c6, rook e6, and rook e8.
Okay,
That's
but
possible, yeah.
he doesn't like it.
No, but to be very honest with you, I think it's just completely equal position. I mean, I think anything. I think you just are trying to scare me.
No, maybe king e7. I don't know.
I mean, h5, you know, even... So f5 then h5, yeah?
Yes.
Let's say I just try some logical moves. Oh, this is dangerous. Maybe I
This is very dangerous for you. You just play queen d4.
queen d4, yeah, some dark squares. Okay, I have to think a little bit, yeah. I mean, also,
You have to play. I thought maybe queen c7 was the best,
can you fix one?
and just queen b7. I don't know. Take this rook.
The queen and no d8.
I think I don't know. Queen rook c8, h5, just h5, and just no attack.
No?
No, just play queen c6 and wait. You have.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this,
yeah,
like
exactly.
this.
For example, yeah, even this. No, I think basically it's completely drawn. I think
Yeah.
you're trying to scare me, especially I just was very stupid to. I had very stupid plan. The point is I should. This is x1 square, and then you know. But I had a very stupid idea, and I was lucky that I didn't play it because you can play, for example.
Rook e7.
Yeah, the point is.
Yeah, and I think you're probably much worse than check.
The problem is my king is in the wrong place because here
Rook
I
e7.
have to go king f8 because if I go here,
But
Caspian
I
is
also play.
Rook c8, there is
e4.
a trick. After king e7, rook c8. After rook c7, check,
here.
king
yeah,
e7
yeah.
and rook c8, and then...
That's very correct. Rook c1 mate. Rook c1 mate.
okay.
Unfortunately.
No, but I played. I have to play queen rook e8 and
but
e4 immediately, and
Immediately.
you're probably in trouble.
Yeah. For example, yeah. This is the point that the king is very, very bad here because it looks better here than here. But here, in fact, I get some. In this position, for example, if my king would be
No,
here.
but here it's also difficult for you.
But
King
still,
d6,
king g6.
rook a7. you
Rook
have
a7. No, but I saw this. I can play rook d6.
King c2.
Can we make this position possible?
Okay.
Okay, let's pretend that we make it. Okay, whatever, yeah. And
e3.
no, it's my move. You tricked me. Okay.
No.
Okay, let's make the position, yeah. So king g6, and what do you do?
e3.
Yes, but I want to go here.
King c2.
Actually, again, you stole a tempo, but okay, I want to do this.
King d3.
I thought this must be very dangerous. I mean, the end game is just double it.
Dangerous, yeah.
No, I played like before.
No, but you stole a tempo anyway. But
No,
but can you get this? No, but I think anyway it's a better version than with king here. So that's.
Of course, I mean.
But can you maybe
you
here
don't
you can make some better move?
I didn't see how.
Yeah, no, but it's just, I mean, it was just basically right to put king on g7, and once I put it there, I mean, there
Yeah, I was afraid of rook c2 and didn't see how to.
Yeah, although
make
here I have to
movement.
be careful because it doesn't work for many reasons. For example, even this, he has rook g5, for example.
No,
this
just
kind
to
of thing.
take on f7 and win.
Yeah, and rook g7, yeah, I mean, these kind of things. So this I should not do, but I mean, I just changed his rook and. Yeah, and at some point I was hoping maybe, you know, maybe I can play for a win, like, you know, put a pawn here, go with king here, put pawn f6, go somewhere king
Of
h5.
course, you could play for win. I mean, rook e5. No, yeah. You play king
And in
d6
final
for
position,
win.
white cannot continue playing. I thought
But I
that
can also continue playing, I think we all can continue. We just don't want.
king a2, king b3, b4,
But
a5.
if we do, yeah,
No, not f6. I thought.
this kind of things.
No, but this is draw. But I
Yeah,
was.
because you can, I saw this line, you can come back with the rook and.
I was calculating rook f6. I don't know what will happen.
That's a beautiful square for the rook.
Gorgeous. But okay, I mean, you can even put the rook on somewhere, I don't know.
Yes, on d3 maybe, and then
You don't like this, but I don't know. I think it's very sharp.
Like this, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, it's move by move, yeah?
Just move by move.
Yeah.
maybe rook d4.
You're winning.
Oh, it's check.
Check. Check.
Okay.
So it can be double-edged to use.
No, of course. I mean, basically, I think already how misplayed somewhere around here. He played some strange moves, and I was even comfortable. But I didn't feel like, I mean, draw was good result today.
So Robin, your second is happy.
No, well, not really, because today we try some music sometimes, and you know, first there was some hip hop, and I lost. Then there was classical music, I lost. Then we tried reggae. It was some beautiful songs, I lost. And today we got desperate, we tried Georgian music, and I didn't lose. So
this is already a good one.
yeah, so we might have to listen to classical Georgian music for coming 1 week. So.
But maybe you have to find something for a win. Or do you have that already?
For a win? No, I mean draw with how is like a win.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
considering
sure.
the previous encounters.
Yeah, I mean how is very strong.
No, come on.
You know it how.
No,
And we have a very modest
Just kidding.
grandmaster.
Yes,
You're
and very
kidding.
strong one.
Come on, just kidding. I played very stupid this game.
That's major.
But in a normal game,
Well, with correct play, the result is probably going to be a draw.
With bad play as well, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I see that another game just finished, so we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
The game Gelfand finished in a draw, as was predicted. Now I have the possibility to look at the last remaining game, Grischuk Nakamura. So let us see what is going in this game. We left the game after the move king b3. And after king b3, bishop c6 was played, bishop c6, and now instead of move rook d2, knight g4 was played. Okay, I see now that the players are here, so I have to stop and let us the players speak. So I'm now going offline, and then stay tuned for the press conference.
So we are back for the press conference. The game between Laurent Fresnay and Boris Gelfand ended in a draw. Laurent, it was a very interesting move, C4.
Yes, it was played, of course. Well, just very small preparation because Boris is playing 2 knight c6 against everyone, but not against me. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, he has to change because I don't play for so often. So okay. And I didn't show much against Russian in this line. So okay, c4 I think just interesting. And I was hoping to surprise Boris, and it seems that okay.
So what is surprised?
It works.
No, I knew there were some games with this, I knew, but different possibilities possible, like how took on d5 with Morozevich, also possible plan.
Yeah, of course.
Also playable, so I will spend
no, everything is just playable
position.
Just to get a game. G6, I think Motilov took on c6.
Yeah, also possible.
Yeah. So h3 just to get my bishop e3, h3, but I don't know. In fact, I was considering this, but.
If I play bishop g7 or
you h3.
You go h3 already. Yeah.
And now it's I get.
Yeah. Bishop e3, knight g4. Can I play?
Yeah, I was wondering this. I take on c6, you take bishop c6, knight c3.
Yeah. No,
okay,
take
so
on d7.
Check. Yeah, queen d7 takes bishop g7. I thought it's great compensation for black. I mean, just castle, rook c8, rook b8, and I have this.
If you don't do something urgently,
yeah,
it's a good compensation.
I'm just well, so okay. I started with h3, so I lost some time. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Okay, take on. So yeah, now he avoids my bishop e3, and now take with the bishop. So I think this is clever. So I have to take now. I think this is more or less normal.
Yeah, it's fine.
Queen d3 looks reasonable. I don't know.
What else?
Yeah. Okay, and now
I start. Is a very concrete move.
Yeah, because 97, 95, or 97, 95. If I play some, let's say simple stuff like this, I don't see how I protect my pawn. 95, 95, and for 95, okay, and now b2 is hanging also. So I don't know what is the theory, but then, so I thought rook e1 was kind of yeah.
Also 97.
So 97 here is a big move. I thought b3. That was not completely sure. 95. This was my calculation. Yeah, b5, cb. I have to check. Okay, here first I wanted to play queen f3, but I think queen c3, bishop e3. Queen a no, queen a5. Yeah. I think just a one. Okay, c1, queen a2, rook c7 should be something like that. And okay, maybe I can take with the pawn. Yeah.
If I take?
Yeah, and now I go bishop g5, let's say. I don't know. It was difficult to assess, and I wanted to take some more time. It was a bit funny, yeah, my play, but it works. Yeah. It is very, very concrete. I don't know. Maybe also sometimes I can give exchange, like queen f3. Let's say. Play with his pawns, yeah? I don't know, like something like this, yeah?
Take on queen c3, queen d1, yeah?
Queen d1, maybe.
Queen d1, yeah.
Maybe
good compensation.
That's okay, huh?
Playable, yeah?
Playable, huh? I don't know what Boris was considering. If you play 95, yeah, queen c2 now.
Maybe I can take on it now, no?
Okay, I don't know.
Maybe it's better version than rook e8, no?
But you don't have rook on c8.
I don't need it.
That's true. Rook e4.
The trick is e6.
E6, knight b4.
Queen c5. Now queen b6.
No, now, queen b6 only move, yeah?
Yeah.
If queen c5, knight d6.
Yeah, no, but queen b6.
I'm not sure about knight d3, queen just some funny line. No, I think attacking both rooks, but Fianchetto the knight, yeah?
But queen b6.
And okay. I took the square.
Bishop e3, queen b4, c5, queen a5.
This is working for
queen b5.
Yeah, so I shouldn't go. Okay, so rook e8, and now what? Bishop b2 now.
But if I take
queen b2
and the e6.
And again, knight b4, queen b6. Yeah, it's very tricky. Probably the computer will laugh at us, but
Why?
because he always does, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Queen c2.
You can play maybe on f3. But
Can
still,
play-
still, I didn't see a difference. I tried.
Five.
No, but now it's a big difference, no? f5.
No, f5 is possible here. Yeah, you're right.
Queen knight d5. But just king move, yeah?
Rook f7.
And everything is angry. So okay, queen c2, take on e4. But how do I make a draw?
I don't know.
I don't.
No, I thought maybe, I don't know. Knight d5, maybe knight d7, maybe knight d5. But that's
I thought that rook e8.
with bishop g5.
I can also.
Bishop
Yeah,
g5.
I saw this.
Bishop b2?
Knight e5.
No, knight d5, I saw queen b3.
f6.
f6, bishop f4. I was not sure about it.
Yeah, but I thought.
No, white now is better. If it is not possible to take this pawn on c4.
But I thought it was possible. I was not sure, but maybe. Rook c1, I have an idea. b5, a4. Huh? This is tricky, huh? Because a6 somehow I take, ab, and now you cannot take with the queen because of the fork. And you cannot take here because it's 7 is angry. So maybe knight d5, yeah?
No, but bishop g5 I can take on b2.
Okay. But then I take.
Yeah, you take.
So
I take. Take on a1, knight e5. Let's say. Yeah. Take, knight c4.
Okay.
Draw.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why instead of rook e1 you didn't play bishop g5?
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, then I play rook f8, b3, b5.
Yeah, exactly. That was the problem.
Knight takes b5,
Knight-
knight e4, bishop e7. I take and I play rook e8, I think.
I think you're absolutely right.
And
Why,
the bishop d6.
why you need to take first? I mean, you
Yeah,
can tell.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That was my idea. I don't know if it works or not.
Yeah, no, I saw the same. Okay. Maybe.
So maybe knight d7 was possible.
Just a door, yeah? So you
Yeah,
keep
I
the
think
line, yeah?
that's what, yeah. And rook c,
Okay, just one more time.
knight c5, promote.
We should keep this, yeah? Some
Just Q3 and
f5.
f5. But also I can play e6 and f5
Raise
next
time,
move. If I, yeah.
Okay, if it works, yes. But just a minute here. I don't know. Okay, maybe. So rook e4 is 6, huh? Knight b4, queen b6. And then okay, it's to be checked. Probably it was just a goal. So, but what you did is also, I think, very good. Okay.
Yeah, but very interesting.
Yeah, b3, knight take e4.
Knight d5.
On the move, rook e8 on the move, rook e4 on the move.
And here knight b4, of course, is critical.
e6, yeah, but this is critical, but I think it's critical for
Queen
white.
c5? No,
No,
b3, I don't know, I was not sure. c5 or b6. I thought c5 was
I
not
thought
reset.
but this.
Yeah, and yeah, rook e1. Here, no. Then take and rook d8.
Yeah, taken on
No,
the
rook, yeah. But queen b3, I was not that sure. I take on
Queen?
b3, queen b3.
No, but yeah, that's right. Well, you should take. You take here, and now queen d4.
Yeah, but I was not sure what's going on here. Bishop e3,
It's okay. It's just.
queen b7.
Bishop e2 and the Q3.
Sorry?
Sorry.
Play bishop e2 instead of bishop e3 and the Q3 and the half.
Sorry?
In which moment?
Here, bishop a1,
Yeah.
knight a1, queen d4, bishop e2.
Queen c4.
Yeah, queen e3. Yeah. Queen f3. No, queen b4 here.
Queen b4.
I can play rook e1.
Who is winning?
Or rook b1, yeah. There is.
And after What
Would
was
be
in
one,
the
would
game?
be two?
You played e6.
Okay,
It was
just a
possible
moment.
to play rook e1, knight e7, and then d5.
No, but then rook e7. Bishop by rook e7.
No,
And maybe
so
I'm
F6?
making attack.
Aha!
Without the exchange?
I
Sorry,
take you.
Sergei,
No, it's not
just one second.
easy.
Yeah, of course.
Take and
Oh, there's
Take where?
Rook stood there. Rook takes b2.
Queen e1, queen take a1.
Queen e1, yeah.
oh yeah.
No, but the general I was not sure.
No,
I thought
but
maybe
I thought
knight
that-
before queen c5.
It's very dangerous for black. I mean,
Yeah.
But it's dangerous for both, I mean.
Yeah. No, but also queen c5.
Queen is 3, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Queen
Queen
okay.
is 3 and
Queen e3 simply.
yeah.
Ah, queen e7. And okay, if you take
I
here,
have to go to some kind of endgame.
I don't know.
AB, but okay, now
This looks more like reality, yeah?
Yeah, no, king
But it's
f1,
slightly better.
king f1,
Is it?
Yeah.
king f1, king g2.
Maybe a5,
If
a4,
white-
instead of e3, a5,
yeah,
a4.
a5.
Okay, should be holdable.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but queen c5 is more
Okay,
interesting.
okay.
I think queen c5.
For what?
I don't know.
Knight c2,
Knight c2, d5.
rook h4.
Rook h4, yeah, yeah.
I was calculating the
Yeah.
Calculating wrong game, yes, always.
Just for the viewers, we have here great help from Wanka and Giri.
Yeah, take and rook d. No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
you can take also here before.
Bishop g5.
Actually, yeah, no, but you can take before instead of taking. I was not sure. Take
What?
rook c4. Take on c4.
Ah, take on c4, of course.
Yeah, rook c4.
Queen d5.
Queen d5, queen e2.
yeah, queen e2.
And then I thought I should take on a1, take, and rook d8.
Yeah, but I couldn't believe it. Such a
But I
piece,
was not sure.
On a-
I want to exchange as much as possible. Yeah, if
No,
I
but I played rook c8 and bishop e2.
rook d8.
I mean,
That's what I call take.
King h2.
king h2.
King h2, then queen d2.
Sorry.
Queen where?
Queen d2.
Queen e5.
Queen d5. d6.
Ah, you want to change it.
No.
No, but here,
No.
let
No.
me know how I get out with my knight.
No.
Bishop b2. But you don't need knight, you have bishop.
Okay,
Bishop b2, rook d8.
let's say I start with f6. Just
No, here is
Ah, yeah. Bishop b2, yeah?
yeah, and rook d8. That's what I calculated. That I exchange, yeah, that I exchange queens.
This is deep, yeah.
Ah, queen d2, queen e5, queen d6.
So I need to move the queen instead of...
But still, queen d2, queen e5, queen d1, and queen d6.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was my calculation.
But here you're just better, huh?
I hope so. But I was not sure because it's maybe you have some other
No, I
possibility.
mean, in this position, but I didn't win.
Because what you did in the game is draw basically. Yeah?
Yeah, okay, but what
You are
I-
very slightly better, but
No, but I didn't think I could be better on
Yeah.
this. I started
Not
to
really.
play.
what?
Completely equal, huh?
Yeah, but okay. It's if someone have to be. I shouldn't exchange queens basically to be sure.
And
Because
okay,
bishop will play 6 hours. Yeah, you never know.
okay, yeah.
Rook d8 I
Just
thought,
to
but
play
maybe
some.
bishop e3.
Queen e7.
Yeah.
Rook d4. And I calculate, I was not sure. Taking bishop takes.
No, bishop d4, bc4,
bc4.
e5.
Queen e3. f6. Maybe bishop a7,
Yeah.
rook c4. But then white are better. Knight e1, bishop b6.
Queen e3, rook c4.
Yeah.
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
And bishop a7.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even this could be holdable for black.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That
Okay.
if I blunder something, maybe I can.
Queen
Maybe-
e6, queen e6, what do you
Maybe bishop a7.
do? Okay, queen takes e4. It's
Take
better.
knight e3. No,
That's
white are
okay.
better, but maybe not enough
White is okay,
to.
yeah, take knight, okay.
Why?
Wait,
Wait,
white
just-
is
No,
pricey.
here knight e3 is nice to white, no? Bishop c5.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
white is
Ah.
pricey.
Knight comes to
Ah,
g4.
No, white without risk here. Yeah, if
Yeah.
white.
Okay.
I spent all the time to make sure that the knight wouldn't get into the game because
Yeah.
this was not in my plan.
And okay, let me just one more time.
No, but this is also possible.
Yeah. Because this looked very, very good to me, but I don't know. Okay, take, rook e8, queen b3. No, but what you mentioned, I think it just takes and just a5, yeah.
Bishop e3.
No, bishop e3, a4, take and a5. Although your knight is still out. So bishop e3, a4,
C5.
rook c4.
No, I can play C5.
Rook b1.
You don't
Sorry,
care.
can I play C5? He's out.
If you play what?
A4, 3 pass.
Ah.
Also possible.
A3, no?
Knight C2.
A2.
Rook A1 and then win.
You win the pawn, yeah?
No, but here it's clear that it's maybe it's a draw, but black.
No, I missed.
Also, we will have to mention interesting detail that here, if bishop takes on a1, then rook e7 wins.
Not wins.
Why not wins?
No, bishop g7.
Yeah, but simply bishop e3.
Yes,
Why?
king f8.
Why wins?
Yeah, but okay, his position is basically.
Knight b4, king e7,
No,
knight c6.
no. But bishop g7, maybe queen f3, even then queen
f3, king h8.
No, but position
Hey,
is
just
bad.
you don't. Yeah, you
Bishop
don't
g5,
know,
you don't play just like.
So bad?
Rook f7, rook f7.
But what?
Make no, not a why to go for black for such.
Can you play c5 or something?
What, when?
No, c5?
Bishop e3, bishop d4.
But here, I mean.
Knight takes on d5, I think, maybe.
Yeah, but I just.
Tablas.
Why tablas? No tablas.
No tablas.
I hope not.
d4.
What, queen f3? Queen
Queen
f3,
f3, bishop f6.
Ah, bishop h6, yeah.
d4.
Okay.
Bishop g7.
Bishop f6 first.
Bishop f6, yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
No, but black doesn't need it, yeah, because of the e6.
Yeah. So what boys did, I mean, just okay. You can start with f5,
But I don't want to
Yeah.
play f5. I want to keep my.
Okay, I'm a bit better, but
Nothing.
not really. Huh?
Wait,
Maybe I
too quick with the castle. It was better maybe to play bishop e3, queen d3.
I thought about this, but
and only later castle. Then this plan is not working, like in the main variations.
no, but a6 then. It's what I
No,
thought.
you're not a castle.
I
before.
understand this. I saw.
Yeah.
Bishop e3, castle, bishop.
But
a6
maybe I
then.
can also play queen c6.
No, but
bishop
a6.
e3,
What do
knight
you do?
d7.
I think this is a problem. Because if a4, b5 now.
a4, b5, and can I not
Ignore.
a4, b5?
CB?
Maybe
Then b5?
something should happen here, no?
No.
It should have already happened, yeah?
No, but queen d3, I can start with queen c6.
Wait,
Yeah,
no, that's not okay.
conversation
No, bishop e3, knight d7,
I can even
rook
pass
c1,
it,
knight
but
c5.
it's okay.
Maybe, no?
Of course it's okay for me.
Oh, knight e5, e4 pawn, e4,
I don't know. Straight away.
No, I didn't see this queen c6 was so dangerous. I would have checked this a bit more, but okay, here already it looks. I mean, I don't like it. Okay, f3, I don't know. Maybe 97 or something.
No, the
Bishop
it's
with
okay.
castle.
It's not my move.
Castle,
castle.
yeah, the pawn, fast pawn, a.
Yeah, but central pawn. No?
No, but queen c6 anyway, yeah, what's the difference?
Ah, if here?
No, queen d3, queen c6. If he doesn't castle, why should we castle?
Okay, bishop e3.
Knight d7?
Ah, it's even worse. Huh? Because I don't have this tricks with. Ah, okay.
Castle, castle. No, then it's transposition.
Yeah, I understand this.
Bishop e3, knight d7.
No, I don't see it. Okay, maybe with the computer it's possible to make it work, but.
Yeah, maybe bishop e3 and bishop d4, yeah?
95,
Well,
am I?
Queen d2.
yeah, I could.
Knight f3, yeah, yeah.
I thought this was maybe the. But then I first it was my first idea, but then you just come here.
Yeah. If I take on b5.
Yeah, that's the problem. So nice. I mean, yeah.
Knight d6.
Yeah. I don't know. I should improve somewhere, but maybe it's nothing here. Bishop b5 check is
It's about d4, huh?
Yeah.
just to get a game, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry?
D4, move 3.
After
It is
96.
better to play f3 instead of h3.
Maybe.
At least is not happening.
No, I was expecting, of course, yeah. Okay, d6 was not such a great surprise, but okay. But it's funny that I lost a game to Boris 10 years ago. He played 296. He was always playing d6, and now he's playing always 96 and he plays d6. So.
Yes.
Okay, now I should.
Yeah,
I know
what
what to expect.
You
Yeah.
should be ready for both.
Yeah.
a lot of preparation. And it's really impressive the depth of your calculation. I was trying to follow. I hope you succeeded. Otherwise, we will rewatch the press conference.
Yeah, tomorrow we can add something, yeah.
And you can register the notes. See? A lot of notes.
No, it was a very interesting game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. We have just saw 5 games finished, and now there is only 1 game remaining. And of course, you are all eager to know what is happening in the last remaining game of the round, and this is the game Grischuk Nakamura. So let us look at the latest developments in this game. After the move bishop c6, I suggested the possibility for black to play rook d2 and then double along the d line. Then I would think that black was able to keep some advantage. In the game, black chose another approach and he played knight g4, attempting move, and now f3, knight e3. It looks like the knight e3 is having a dominating position here, but white now plays bishop e4, and probably this move was missed by Nakamura, because now the bishop is going back to d3 in order to close the d line, and it is not very obvious what is the knight on e3 is doing. Probably in the game, after this move bishop e4, black was afraid of some things, and he immediately retreated with the knight back to f5. But of course, making such move, it looks like the giving up the real try to play for a win here, because if black really would have gone for the possibility with rook d2, I believe he would have more chances to win the game. So now knight f5 was played, white is forced to take on f5, and now we have the rook endings on board, and almost all rook endings are being drawn, as one of the strongest players said. So now rook a d1, rook e8, rook h e1. Also the remaining play for white is quite easy. g6 has been played. e4, white is trying to exchange this pawn which was behind. Of course, besides the move e4, it was possible to activate the rook, to play rook d7, and maybe later king c2, king d2, and to try to start playing e4 better. For example, rook d7 looks here excellent. In the game, white played e4, and actually this move creates the isolated pawn on the line, on the e line, and after this move, at least black gets some kind of play, because now the pawn e4 will remain weak. So f e4, rook e4, rook e4, f e4, and the correct move, rook b7, in order to establish control over the 7th rank, that white does not play rook d7 by himself. Now rook d4, king f8, the king is going to the center, a4, king e7, king c3, the correct decision to try to bring the king closer to the defense of the e pawn. So now the position is equal, just Hikaru is trying to use his last resources, and the last resource of Hikaru is the time trouble of Alexander Grischuk. But actually the remaining position is quite simple for white to play, and very difficult to expect the mistake of white in this position. So now b4, king e6, king d3, a5, king e3, f6, h4 was played, rook a7, and now king f4. So the king is successfully being placed on f4, and white in this position does not have any problem whatsoever in this game. Maybe already here white is standing maybe microscopically better. But of course the game is a draw here, and actually we have to wait until the end of this time control, and this game would end in a draw. And it means that we have only one decisive game of this round. Fabiana Caruana won against Vasily Ivanchuk, so this round is very, very peaceful. As the first round, as the second round, only one decisive game. And still, this evening I haven't seen Marie Sibak, which should have come here, and I don't know where she is hiding herself for the moment. Probably she's still giving the simul, but it is already taken too much. I had an agreement with her that she would come here to this press studio at the end of the game, but she is not here, and I am very curious what has happened to her. If she will not come to this press center today, then I will try to establish contact with her electronically, and maybe I will try to persuade her to come here to the press center on another day, because I believe all the visitors of the FIDE Grand Prix are curious to get acquainted with her, to see her, to ask the questions, because she is remaining the French woman chess player #1. She is not only a woman grandmaster, but also a male grandmaster. She has the rating above 2500, so I still hope that she would come here. Two more games were played in this game, and after the move king f4, black played rook d8. Now white plays rook c4. Of course, it does not change anything, so the game is still a draw. So let us wait for a couple of minutes until the end of this control, and let us see and wait that this game also maybe just several more moves, and then this game will finish in a draw, as I think. So exchange on b4, rook b4 now. Only two moves left until the control. The most logical reaction is to play king e7 now. Rook a6 is of course also possible. Yes, rook a6 was played. Just we wait for the last remaining moves and the seconds until the time control. Just we have to wait a little bit. Yeah, Nakamura is not very happy with his position, because he feels that he missed some chances in the middle game to put some pressure on Alexander Grischuk, and of course he is not quite happy with the draw. So after rook a6, rook d4 was played. Yeah, he has to play any move, rook a5. Yes, rook a5, rook b4. Now the players are going to repeat the moves, and then this game would end in a draw. So I think I have to stop the transmission, and actually I see Sibak outside. Maybe I will try to talk to her and invite her. Maybe we get a short interview with her. Okay, I'm now offline because the result of this game is clear. It would be a draw. Okay, the game of Grischuk Nakamura is almost
finished, so it's already finished, the repetition of moves. And before the players arrived here,
I want to make an announcement regarding the press conference with Marie Sibak, because she promised to me that she would stay after her simul, that we would have a conversation, so everything was agreed with her. But at the last moment she decided to change her mind. She just left after the simul and told that she doesn't want to stay here. So I want to excuse for the announcement that I was making here, but I cannot control other people if they promise, agree, and then later change their mind. I think this is not nice from her, that she didn't live to her agreement, but it was her decision. So now the players are coming here, and we are ready to conduct the last press conference of the day. I would like to thank you all for following us today, and let us see you tomorrow.
The last game of today just ended in a draw between Grischuk and Nakamura. Alexander, you had a very interesting march of the king, c4. Was it good?
No, this is a critical position, and it's supposed to be slightly better for white, but I don't know how, and I could not find any way to pose any problems. I missed something. Here already there are no problems for black. I think Hikaru played very precisely, and it was even a bit unpleasant for white, because, for example, if I take with the knight, then b6, and then bishop a6, and then e2 is hanging, and there is no Catalan pressure at all. It's like anti-pressure for white, so I think it was correct to take with the king, and then
yeah, I mean, I think b6 is probably wrong. Maybe bishop d7 is a better try. This, I think, is a much more critical try. Yeah, b6. Yeah, but now just rook c8, king b3. Perhaps.
But you were surprised at king c4, I thought.
Maybe bishop c6? Yeah, knight g4. Ah, but just as. Yeah, right, yeah, you always just give up pawns, that's right. Yeah, yeah, this is unclear, of course. Yeah, maybe it's completely equal. I don't know, I felt like there had to be something, but it's very, very difficult to prove. And after b6, it's already nothing.
Rook d2 instead of knight g4.
Rook d2, but now you go the other way, I think. Now you
bishop
go bishop.
f3.
No, now you go the other way. You go bishop b5. Bishop b5, and the problem is now you have bishop d3, and it's, I mean.
But even if I go here.
Rook d8.
Ah, right, yeah. This is fine too, probably.
Rook d8 and then e5, e4. Rook g5.
Rook c1, e5, rook c2. I mean, it should be equal. Should be.
But like this, black can get worse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, white can end up better now.
Knight g4.
Yeah, it's not wrong. This. No, basically, I mean.
No, I think you played absolutely right. And here, yeah, because it's funny that if I play rook c1, then after knight f5, I'm in trouble. And maybe in real trouble. And
yeah.
Also, I thought that maybe I could play like this, but then you play this, and you have domination. I cannot move with anything. If this, then you take. Otherwise, rook d8, and again, I'm pinned.
Yeah, it's just better for black. Okay, but yeah, bishop takes f5. Everything's very precise. I mean, I think we both played very precisely. I don't know. I mean, it just seems as though, yeah, maybe, I mean, okay, obviously I have to look at it with the computer, but if there's, I mean, but somehow bishop d7 doesn't work, then it's probably just equal. And move 17, I think, is probably the, I mean, okay, the critical position for black, obviously, earlier. I mean, it's critical for white, but, I mean, it just seems it's equal, probably.
And the rook endgame was the draw.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I was, but I mean, I played it pretty, I started playing it rather stupidly for no reason.
Maybe I could get some chances at some point.
Yeah, a5 is a very bad move. Okay, I should just leave my rook on the 7th and...
So maybe b5?
Yeah, but now, rook c7. Ah, wait, I don't know. Okay, so on b5, I probably go f6. This was something. Yeah, rook c4 and rook d7, rook d6. Yeah, but I mean, okay, if a5 can only give white chances, so it's not a good move. But of course, now I just change on b4 at the right move, and it's just a dead draw.
Hikaru, I have just one more question for you, and then you will have your very nice rest. There are many chess players, especially from this tournament, on Twitter, but none of them are tweeting anything. And I feel and I saw that you are the most active one. Doesn't it distract you somehow, or you want to keep your fans updated?
I only made one tweet. It's not such a big deal. But I mean, in general, I don't tweet as much as I used to for that exact reason, because
it's distracting.
It's not productive.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. I mean, in a major tournament like this, you have to be focused on one thing and only one thing. So it's important not to lose your concentration.
Speaking of concentration, you are coming from the United States, and is it difficult, all this travel and jet lags? Because Van Howard just mentioned in the previous press conference that for him it's extremely difficult.
But I think, okay, for him it's actually worse, I think. I think he has more hours than me. I think he has something like 7 or 8 hours, whereas I only have, 5 or 6. Yeah, 6 from New York, yeah. China also.
Because Russia is 4 from China, and here is...
but see, China's probably worse, though, because the problem is, okay, when the games start at 3 o'clock, it's good for me, because it's like 9 or 10 o'clock in the U.S. In China, you're on the wrong side. It's going into the evening. So for me, I mean, it's not such a big deal, and okay. I've done it, I mean, for most of my life now, so I'm pretty used to it.
Yeah, because most of the tournaments are played in Europe, so you have to travel all the time, constantly. So I got used to it.
Okay, I've been traveling to Europe for so many years now that, I mean, it's pretty normal. But I will say, I mean, with every year it seems a little bit more difficult, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, we're getting not so young anymore.
Right.
Alexandra, was it a good result? Draw is always a step forward.
Draw is always a step backward, but it's okay. There's nothing to do. I had no chances at all.
Yeah. Well, when you don't have the chance, what can we do?
Yeah.
So, are there any questions from the audience? Then thank you very much. Good luck.